You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension. A dimension of sound. A dimension of sight. A dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. That looks beautiful.
What an intro. This stream is made possible by viewers like you. Alright. It's true, you know. It's true, you know. Wouldn't be here without you.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
HeadshotH4rry is a zombie cat production.
Party time! Excellent!
Check 1, 2. Alright. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. From the far reaches of YouTube and outer space and beyond, it's HeadshotH4rry. Oh, what's good? Hello, folks. Harry here. As my game loads, welcome to the stream. I'm going to be playing some Minecraft, listening to some podcasts, and working on our world here, which I will give you guys a welcoming to. We're going to be working on this, listening to some podcasts, and we're also going to be waiting for Craft. That's right. Our boy Craft will be joining us in a little bit, and we'll be playing some League of Legends. I'm restarting my game. Hope you guys are enjoying your weekend. Happy Saturday, the 17th of January. We're in 2026, running at full speed. I like it. Pretty much picking up where we left off last year. Just on the ground running. I'm starting my game up right now. Thanks for tuning in.
Oh, it's you. I see you haven't subscribed yet. Do I need to remind you what happened to the last guy who didn't subscribe? You monster.
Waiting on our boy Craft, YT3. Check out Craft. He's got his own channel. I don't think he has anything on it yet, but we'll get there. Why is this running like hot garbage? Huh. Can you not? Maybe it's just loading. Let's give it the benefit of the doubt. Damn, I even reset the game. Let me see here. What can we do about this? Let's check and see what's open on my end. What the hell? I closed Steam. And it's working beautifully. Alright. It took 5 minutes, but hey, welcome to the stream. This is our Minecraft world. I'm HeadshotH4rry. We know already. But do you? This is my Minecraft world. More so, this is our park, our theme park. Well, it's more of an amusement park, really. The theme is me. It's more of an amusement park. But I'm working on this section of the park right here because it's about to be an important part. I've always hesitated what I could possibly put here. I almost want to put the Baron here instead of way out there. Like, I want to put the Baron where people can see it. And right there would be perfect. If you don't know what the Baron is, you don't play League of Legends. And that's okay. You're a better person because of it. But it would be tall. It'd probably hit the sky. Or I mean the clouds. Of course it would hit the sky. It would hit the cloud level. It'd be really big. So just imagine a big object the size of this sticking straight up. I don't know. We'll see. I've been landscaping this area, getting it ready. These guys are little a-holes. They're little a-holes. They will shoot you. This world is vanilla. Every block is hand placed with love and care. I'm going to be putting on some podcasts in just a moment, but I just wanted to say hi, let you know what's up for today, because I can get sucked in once the podcasts start and I start building. But do please say hello. Don't be shy. You should be able to fall off this without dying. Yes. Good time. That's a good time. So these are the two lovers. I need to rename this. I want to say, like, I got to come up with their story, right? So they're going to have a story with a plaque here. Probably right here. And it's going to tell of their story, but I have to make it. It's not really like, we're not shooting for Shakespeare here. We just need a backstory for them. And they're in a boat. They look like they could be lovers. And they shoot at you if you get too close. So really, the story of them is that they're jealous lovers. That's why they shoot. I don't know. Maybe we'll think of something better as we go. But that's just the rough outline. I'm gonna go get a book and coil. This is my latest build. It's pretty much the greatest thing I've ever made. But we don't got time for that. There's What the heck are you doing, Jinx? You never disappoint. That horse lives up to the name. I'll tell you that much. This is a wild, wild horse. That horse don't give a F about nothing. I came in here for this. Yes. Maybe I'll put it on a lectern. I was gonna stick it. So look, this place looks cleaned up already. Here, let's give ourselves a little boost so we can see. This area looks cleaner. Now, it looks like a big focal point on the map. Just looking at the map, unbiased. Like, look at the map. That point right there is a giant focal point. And something needs to go there justly so. We'll try to think of it. I mean, it could just be like a well-crafted part of the map. It doesn't have to be a build necessarily. But this is kind of a connector way. I was thinking of turning this into like a bumper boats kind of thing. I think I'll stick with that general idea. But we can decorate around here because it connects to over here, which is we're building out this way for a really big portion of the park. So, I mean, shit. I'm gonna have to like make even more room. Does this go down? Bye. Bye. I'm gonna have to actually like, or maybe I can expand the ceiling. I hope there's nothing above there. We're gonna find out. Alright, good. Because that's where we're gonna be building. Oh shoot, I can't go any higher than that. Well, that sucks. Let's go see what block that is. We're gonna punch it out and see what block. Maybe we could do some modifying. Maybe. I could just go like this. Open it a little bit. Let's make it daytime, because I don't even remember the last time I slept. Yeah, guys, if you can do me a favor and please hit that thumbs up. Thank you so much. All right. Before we go and create a story, let's update our map a little bit and get the absolute edge of the park rendered here. Boom. What is this painting? Why do I have a painting? I need to make 2 more maps. Perfect. How convenient. I think this is the way to do it. Alright, we're going to be on our merry way. We got kind of a ways to run. I'm going to turn on these podcasts. Let's learn something. Flower. Just clearing out room here. Clean out room. We'll put this back. I always forget about this little... You could get up here like this. I used to use that a lot. A lot. Let's see here. Let's go make these maps. Maybe stop by, and I kind of want to use this. I'm going this way. It's what I made it for. But yeah, I'm going to be starting the podcast. This is Jesse Michaels on Know Thyself Podcast. Know Thyself
What's up, everyone?
Podcast.
Welcome back to the podcast. Today we're joined with a journalist and researcher who has an incredible grounded energy about him, exploring quite existential topics from UFOs to non-human intelligence to the limits of what we think about reality. And I'm just extremely excited to dive into this conversation with Jesse Michaels. Thank you for being here, man.
Thank you, Andre. I'm very happy to be here. I've been a fan of your show for a while, so this is very cool for me.
One of my favorite things to do on the podcast is get to see people's work that I admire online, that I see, you've been producing some incredible documentaries, like you're releasing what, monthly years?
Now it's weekly, which is kind of crazy.
Wow, yeah.
But yeah.
That's a lot of output.
It's a lot of output, and thank you for calling them documentaries. Some of them do include a little more B-roll and editing, and so it's definitely intense, and we'll see if we can keep up that pace, but thank you.
Yeah, man. No, it's incredible work, and I have not done a topic or a podcast on this topic solely because I feel like there are a lot of people with interesting intentions, or maybe just don't have the level-headedness that's required to explore such a topic. And for most people, I think this topic feels a bit impractical, and in a sense where it's not necessarily what is needed most for their life, to dive into these deep rabbit holes.
Yes.
But it is also one of the most existential topics of if we are alone in this universe, And I think Arthur C. Clarke is quoted about, both being equally terrifying, either us being alone or not in this universe. And so what's your perspective on that, just to start, as we begin to peel back the layers here, how this topic for most seems like maladaptive? I think you've been quoted.
Yes, yeah, totally. I always try to not be.
I just remembered I had this music in the background. I'm going to pause the music, continue the podcast.
Actually an evangelist of the topic in person when I see people, and sometimes they don't even know I'm into UFOs for a long period of time until it organically comes up, or they see I have a YouTube channel or something. I do think it's maladaptive may be a strong word, but not immediately practical for a lot of people. And I think a lot of the stuff you cover on your channel around spirituality and tools to help your spiritual practice daily, I think a lot of that stuff is actually kind of more concrete and more actionable. If you have Maslow's hierarchy of needs, you'd put that first, right? You'd put the existential questions about what is the nature of reality up at the very top. And like you alluded to at the beginning, of your intro, it attracts all sorts of, grandiosity complexes, people with these sort of autobiographical, I'm a starseed who was sent here. I'm the only one, by the way. No one else is, the person, and I'm here to enlighten humanity. And so it's full of landmines, the space, to be honest. Having said that,
You are a starseed.
Yeah. Having
Said that, I am.
Having said that, I am from Arcturus, actually. No. Having said that, I do think there are a few people or a subset of people, I think, in society who care about, like, what is this soup that we're swimming in called reality? What is this? And they get into kind of esoteric physics. And you're obviously in this subset, clearly, because I watch your show.
Love the soup.
Yeah, you love the soup. You want to know what is the substrate in which we are kind of operating. And so you've had Donald Hoffman on, and you explore why, seeing reality for what it is actually maladaptive from like a, survival standpoint. I think there's this felt sense for a lot of those people, and people generally, that our understanding of reality is incomplete and off. And I think if you start kind of in that epistemically humble, like with that sort of claim, then I think beings between man and God are a part of that. Or beings, if you don't believe in God, above man in the kind of, the chain of consciousness command, or, the hierarchy, so to speak, I think is a part of that. And I think there are all these empirical observable anomalies, both in science and that the military have observed, that aerospace executives are talking about now, that people in the highest ranks of, American intelligence.
Sorry. I'll try not to do that again.
Discussing very openly that point to our reality being just much trippier than meets the eye, specifically with respect to us not being alone in the universe and non-human intelligence being real. And so, again, maybe not adaptive for somebody day to day, but if you want to understand what is going on kind of a higher level, I think it's dogmatic if you're not incorporating that into your model.
Mm-hmm. It does feel like a topic, once you start seeing compelling evidence for, that is like a rug pull to the materialist reductionist notion of reality, which I think is actually needed now more than ever in the various different ways it can happen. What are your thoughts on that?
I love it. Yeah, that's a rug pull is a great way to put it. I think it's funny. The show is always like compressed into like, this, you're a UFO show, But I think really it's what is the nature of reality and what is this paradigm shift we're on the verge of. And so I think you could kind of come up with like an iron triangle sort of framework where you have one leg, which is UFOs, the fact that we're not alone. Another leg, which is maybe more exotic physics or anti-gravity. So, okay, let's admit that we're seeing stuff in the sky. Is it our own stuff? And maybe we've made some breakthroughs kind of, in the classified world. So like, one of those is probably true. And then the third leg, which I think you explore a lot, is consciousness. And is this just like an interface? And is reality actually much more malleable and kind of subjective and participatory, as John Wheeler would say, than we realize? And I think if you can stay at the front of those three things, one's got to be right. And you're sort of poking holes in the dam that is the existing paradigm. Thomas Kuhn's wrote a book called The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, and he's often cited as like the preeminent guy when it comes to figuring out, how scientific revolutions occur. So like one example would be electromagnetism in the 19th century. Another example would be the quantum revolution or general relativity in the 20th century. And in all of the cases, you see this law of declining marginal returns at the end of the paradigm, where you have all of these commentators being like, we're kind of at the end of history. Like, we've written all of the rules of reality, just like there are rules to the game of chess or something. And we're trying to figure out that last piece, and then the whole thing just kind of breaks. And the way it often breaks is the anomalies. So the anomalies sort of build up. The anomalies don't work within the model. So they're empirical observations that don't make sense within the given framework. And those sort of build up, they accumulate, and then the dam just sort of breaks. And so I think if you kind of are systematically at the forefront of those three things, I think there's something to all of them, but you don't have to think there's something to all of them. You could think they're all 50% likely to be true or whatever. And then in aggregate, you end up with a much higher probability that, we're on the verge of some sort of paradigm shift.
I think it really does help when you look back historically, connect the dots, looking back at all the various different paradigms that did get shattered because of a new innovation, a stack of these anomalies, just the worldview that was held culturally. And from the point of view of a 25th century human, or whatever we are at that point, looking back, surely we could contemplate what might be some limiting perspectives and paradigms that are so prevalent right now. And it feels like we are on the precipice of many of those breaking. And I think you mentioned a few of those different avenues that could explain these different anomalies, from the anti-gravity to the consciousness. And I want to unpack all of those with you and actually see how many of them are interconnected in different aspects of this all. But for people that are a bit new to this topic, how would you lay out the timeline sort of for the evidence of non-human intelligence, extraterrestrial, UFO, UAP, and kind of the uptick and why, mid-century, all this started to become more obvious?
Yeah, so I'll give you the modern history of UFOs, because you can go way back to, Sanskrit epics talking about Vimanas, or, various wonders in the sky that
Dogon tribe.
Dogon tribe, exactly, talking about Sirius and actually predicting the planet before. It was amazing, right? So rather the star system before regular astronomy did. And so, you have all these kind of, ancient civilizational kind of, possible pieces of evidence. You have, the wheels of Ezekiel in the Bible, of course. So there's a lot of example in antiquity around this stuff. But I'd say the modern history, you could kind of date back to Roswell and the start of like the American intelligence agencies. And so that history would go something like, basically the advent of the nuclear age. So you had, Oppenheimer, really Fermi kind of theoretically cracked the atom, but Oppenheimer did it in sort of a practical way, created the bomb. And for whatever reason, UFOs seem to show up around consistently nuclear installations in the late 40s. And that started with Los Alamos, which of course was the original site of the Manhattan Project. It was distributed all over the country, but obviously Los Alamos was where most of the testing was occurring, most of the personnel were. And so you have these crashes. You have a crash that a guy named Jacques Vallée, who's this French kind of godfather of UFO research, actually investigated in 1945 in Trinity, in San Antonio, which is in New Mexico. You have 1947, which was the Roswell crash, which, you have, I think, tons of evidence around, where you have, a crash occur in the town of Roswell. A few beings seem to come out. And this is now being talked about at the highest levels of intelligence. There's a new documentary out called The Age of Disclosure, where the former director of national intelligence, which governs all of our intelligence agencies, is in a movie that talks about Roswell, which is pretty crazy. And that was in July of 1947. And in September of 1947, you get the creation of, you have the National Security Act under Truman. You have the creation of the CIA and of basically our kind of modern intelligence apparatus after the OSS. And since then, you've had basically UFOs showing up across nuclear sites all over the country. Hanford site in Washington, Savannah River site in South Carolina, Malmstrom nuclear base in Montana. I could literally talk about individual cases in all of these places. F.E. Warren in Nebraska. So all over the U.S., UFOs are showing up around nukes. In 1947, the head of Air Material Command, who basically is responsible for all aircraft development for the Air Force, a guy named Nathan Twining, writes this famous memo to this brigadier. And he says, UFOs are not visionary or fictitious. And he goes on to discuss the fact that they're making these sort of crazy right-angle turns. They're flying at, Machs and speeds that, human aircraft simply can't fly. And then he goes on to say at the very end, which I think is really interesting in the postscript, he says, we actually have the means to start to build things like these, but if we ever did have such a program, if this were to happen, it would have to exist pretty much outside of the civilian bureaucracy of government. And so then you have this idea that UFO crash retrieval programs or reverse engineering programs get kind of put under the secrecy of atomic energy secrecy. You have the Atomic Energy Act of 1954, and in it you have a special definition of nuclear material. And it's basically anything emitting alpha, beta, gamma radiation that's found like by any contractor, anybody, is immediately born secret. It's this new clause called restricted data. So it's not like something's reviewed and then classified. It is just classified if it's at all radiological. So basically from 1947 to 1952, you have this kind of earnest interest, a la the Twining memo, which I just mentioned, for the American government, where they're like, we think there's something here. We don't know what to make of it. There's a Project Sign, Project Grudge. There's another project called Project Twinkle, which is this meteor expert from University of New Mexico. His name is Lincoln La Paz. And he basically comes to the conclusion that you have these green fireballs popping up after atomic detonations and actually chasing the plumes of the detonations. And this is occurring all over. And he says, I don't know what to make of this, but they seem to be intelligently moving, sort of intelligently propulsed. And this is not like a dogmatic UFO guy. Then in 1952, July 19th and July 27th, so 2 weekends, you have a huge wave of UFOs over DC, and it's called the DC flap, or the DC flyover. And there's a famous newspaper clipping that you can literally see, like the headline. It goes, DC's or white saucers on the White House lawn. And, this is like literally being reported on. And there's even an aviation journalist named Curtis Peebles who claims that Truman, who was president, was so freaked out about this that he ends up on a phone call with Captain Edward J. Ruppelt of the Air Force, who's running Project Blue Book at the time. So that's somewhat apocryphal, and I'd love some more verification on whether that phone call occurred. But 100%, there's like mass hysteria in DC. I've even met with one of the, surviving witnesses of the DC flyover, discussing how there was sort of mass hysteria around this. Right after that, which is, I don't think this is coincidental, the CIA does a review of UFOs, and it's called the Robertson Panel. And all these top astronomers and scientists in the U.S. under Caltech physicist named H.P. Robertson, they do this thing called the Robertson Panel, and this is now declassified, but it was classified at the time, so it was meant to be secret. And they basically come to the conclusion that, if the UFO knowledge were to be unleashed, or people were to basically know that UFOs were flying with total impunity over our most hardcore defense assets, and we admitted that the highest levels of government, that would touch off mass hysteria. Especially think about the Cold War, mindset where you're in elementary school and you're getting videotapes of duck, dive, and roll or whatever, because you're so worried that an atomic war could start at any time. So the CIA makes that call. They create this thing called Project Blue Book, which is the official UFO investigations program on behalf of the Air Force. And that takes place from 1952 to 1969. And basically, in the mandate, in the charter of Project Blue Book, you have this basically, let's downplay UFOs, let's rationalize, let's explain away UFOs. We were talking earlier, you said you're from Michigan. There's a famous case in 1966 where J. Allen Hynek, who's this Northwestern astronomer, who's basically the chief astronomer for Blue Book, who later admits that he's part of the cover-up and that he didn't take UFOs as seriously as he should have. He, partakes in documentaries about UFOs. He's in 1966. They say that there's this swamp gas in Michigan. Everybody in Michigan is like, "That's ridiculous. We saw UFOs. We saw lights in the sky." And so in 1966, there is a review by this guy named Edward Condon about basically what was Blue Book's efforts? Were they actually worth it? Did we spend money on anything possibly productive? He does this with the University of Colorado, and he comes out of the thing saying I think this was a total waste of time. Now, what people don't know is we now have letters between him and an Air Force Colonel, Robert Hippler, where Robert Hippler is telling him, we don't want to pay for Blue Book anymore. We want you to say that this is a total waste of time. A lot of the cases that they did review, I think 25%, are still unresolved. So, like, you know, that's not inconsistent with there being actual UFOs. And then Condon was actually very close with Oppenheimer. They studied at Göttingen in Germany together in the 20s. And he's responsible for writing the McMahon Secrecy Act in 1946, which gets turned into the Atomic Energy Act of 1954. So he's kind of, he's like this total insider in the Manhattan Project who is arguably responsible for creating modern day UFO secrecy in some ways. So you get that time and time again where a lot of these debunkers who end up stigmatizing the topic for a very long time to come were actually tied in with the early kind of atomic programs in the US. So he's a good example of that. And from then on, you get this like crazy kind of stigma attached to the UFO topic. You have a 1974 documentary called UFOs Past, Present, and Future, where the Air Force starts to change its tune and starts to become more open about the topic. And J. Allen Hynek kind of admits that, you know, maybe there is something real here. And Jacques Vallée, who I mentioned earlier, this kind of French godfather of ufology, is actually J. Allen Hynek's assistant, and he takes part in that documentary, which is really interesting. And then in the 80s, you have the advent of stealth craft. So like aircrafts that, you know, are they have their radar cross sections reduced, and you know, they can evade ground systems, you know, if you're the Soviets or the Chinese. And so you have the F-117, the B-2 stealth bomber. And I think a lot of games get played around calling those UFOs, kind of, you know, the U-2 spy plane, the SR-71 before that, I think were mistaken for UFOs. So there's this constant sort of cross, you know, wiring of like what's ours, what's theirs sort of thing. And it's important to stay kind of hard-headed about that. But you also have some stories that come out in the 80s around like this guy, Bob Lazar, who claims that he's at S4 Area 51 and he's working directly on UFOs, on reverse engineering UFOs. And he gets the job through Edward Teller, who's father of the hydrogen bomb. And it's this crazy story that's like really hard to debunk. Like the best debunkers probably have trouble, you know, denying that he worked at Area 51. And a lot of the core details seem to check and actually get corroborated over time. And this is Joe Rogan's #1 viewed episode of all time, is Bob Lazar. And it's still kind of, you know, UFOs are still kind of in the lore, not necessarily like as popular as they are today. Then in 2017, you have this New York Times article written by Leslie Kean. And basically, this outs that there were these UFO, not necessarily reverse engineering programs, but study groups going on from 2007 to 2012, this program called OSAP. And this took place primarily at Skinwalker Ranch, which seems to be like a weird portal of sorts where like a lot of weird magnetic anomalies occur. They see UFOs. It's a show on the History Channel now, which is kind of strange. And then it also goes into detail on these 3 different videos, the Go Fast, the Gimbal video, and the Nimitz video of 2004. This Nimitz Carrier Strike Group, Commander David Fravor, and a bunch of other witnesses seeing this UFO, this Tic Tac object off the coast of San Diego, which is this really kind of famous case that a lot of people put weight in because you have a lot of eyewitnesses, and then you have forward-looking infrared video. You have thermal video, essentially.
Which tracked at what speed and time? Because it was like moving at ridiculous.
I think it was like 7/8 of a second to go from 0 to 30,000 feet or something like that. So it's just like ridiculous sorts of speeds that are like well beyond, you know, prosaic. And I believe Commander David Fravor even went on to work at Lockheed, and like he's like, there's just no way that and they would be like, you know, at the top of kind of like stealth craft stuff.
Yeah.
So, and a lot of those guys are, you know, pretty well versed on like advanced aviation, and they're all like, we don't know how the hell this happened.
So, what is it specifically about nuclear sites and particle accelerators that, from the perspective of, you know, extraterrestrial life, might be the timing in which they would want to come potentially intervene or observe or interfere with the stage of evolution that humanity finds itself entering?
Yeah, it's a great question. And we'd have to speculate. Like, I don't know. But having said that, I think there's some really interesting theories. There's a great Chinese science fiction novel called The Three Body Problem. And it talks about these trisolarian, it's called trisolarian because they live in, the three body problems based on this like, three star system, which is inherently an unstable orbit. It's literally like a mathematical problem.
Yeah,
and
inherently chaotic.
It's inherently chaotic. And you have these kind of civilizational resets and cataclysms. And so they actually basically have to invade Earth and mess with the frontier physics that we're doing. And you end up with all these physicists that die in these sort of mysterious ways. You get particle accelerator experiments that are giving different readouts on different occasions. And so physics feels far more at the discretion of these alien beings than we actually realize. So the whole thing's so strange. All of that's to say, I don't know if that book is a real map of reality. I do know it was read at the highest levels of government in these sort of official working groups under National Security Advisor Stephen Hadley in I think 2006 or 7 when the book came out, which is interesting. Yeah. I don't know if it's a map of reality though, and I will say if you were an alien civilization and you wanted to minimally interfere without necessarily altering timelines. If you have kind of a point of most leverage, an Archimedes lever, so to speak, where would you interfere if you really didn't want to interfere, but you had to minimally interfere? It would be at nuclear sites. It would be at particle accelerators. It would be at the frontier of human ingenuity and science. Science, in some ways, creates the boundary for reality itself, like the boundary that we can kind of play and operate in. It really is the limits of our technology that we use. And so why wouldn't you monitor that stuff? You probably would. Another theory would be that like they're sort of monitoring or mining us for something. So like we think of resources, right, as like, you have this whole rare earths thing with China where they do all the rare earth refinement, or like, gold or silver, or like, the oil, or, whatever. You see what's happening in Venezuela right now, which is pretty crazy. Maybe they think of resources as like emotions or something, or like, they just need, Earth is somehow something that they are mining, but it's on a level that we don't understand. And there's actually a guy named Robert Monroe who had, is this thing called the Monroe Institute in Virginia, which is still up and running, which studies consciousness. And he did a lot of contract work with the CIA. And he thought that these alien beings were maybe mining us for loosh. And these were the bad alien beings. He thought that there were maybe factions, but the bad ones were mining us for loosh, which is like literally mining us for bad vibes. And so the point would be, who the hell knows if that's real? But like, if you just wanted to maintain some Earth homeostasis because you were mining the bad vibes or the good vibes, like you would want the human race to survive, and you would monitor nuclear sites, right? Like it's a true miracle that like the nuclear sequences haven't gone off till today. We're really, really lucky. So that's, I think, and in a lot of these cases, by the way, there's a great book called UFOs and Nukes by Robert Hastings. And it is a database of all of these, UFO nuclear cases where you have guys who are on what's called the PRP program, where they have to report if they're taking ibuprofen, so they have to be the picture of mental health to get their job as radar operators or missile security, officers, or, whatever. They're on, they often have secret or top secret clearance. They're on nuclear sites. They're next to missiles. And they often report the missiles going down. And sometimes in one or two cases, sequences being activated, but they always get deactivated. But it seems
there
like...
There were reports of like a saucer-looking thing going around shooting like laser beams at...
Yes, literally.
Heads.
Yes,
Yeah.
literally. That's a great case. So this is September of 1964 at Vandenberg Air Force Base, which is in Santa Barbara. And there's a guy named Bob Jacobs who's a photo instrumentation specialist. And he goes up to Big Sur, which is like 80 miles up the coast, to view this Atlas missile taking off. And this dummy nuclear payload, goes off the missile, and it's supposed to be this test, right? Vandenberg is actually supposed to just be like a missile testing site, and he does the instrumentation. He's like, wow, this is this is cool, whatever. Goes back to the base. The next day, they're reviewing the footage, and they see a saucer wrapping around the dummy nuclear payload or the re-entry vehicle, and lasers being shot at it, and it starts to get wobbly, and then it basically leaves orbit because of this UFO, which interferes with it. And these two guys in tweed gray jackets are like sitting behind Bob Jacobs. They basically swear him to secrecy. They say, you're never to speak about this again. They make him sign an NDA. He is then, he eventually goes public with this. He's threatened, he's intimidated. Somebody calls him and says like, mailbox alight, what a beautiful sight, or something, and his mailbox blows up. They delete his records from, they say he never served in the Air Force. And that was literally like, as a researcher, you couldn't really say he did necessarily serve as the Air Force until the guy who managed him, this guy, Florenz Mansman, this major in the Air Force, comes out in the 90s. I think he's affiliated with Stanford at the time. And he's like, no, Bob Jacobs not only worked for me, he managed 130 people. And he's alive today. You could talk to him like he's this very salt of the earth, like not a liar, you know? And so, yeah, that's just one example. And it's crazy. And this is even crazier. This is kind of a Andre exclusive here. I just interviewed this. That was September of 1964. I just interviewed another guy who's at Vandenberg, September of 1964. This guy's in his 80s, didn't even know Bob Jacobs. And he had an alien encounter where he was guarding this shack next to this like launch facility, and he gets like cornered by this hooded being, and the being like takes off the hood. It doesn't look human. He passes out, freaks out, wakes up on a craft, is on a craft overlooking, he sees through a little hole in the UFO that he's overlooking Vandenberg Air Force Base. His name's Richard Barth, by the way. And he's on the craft with 3 or 4 alien beings that look like they seem to have babies' heads. Very sort of strange. Then he comes down and he's back with the original kind of humanoid hooded figure. And that hooded figure is like sort of caressing him gently and basically telepathically telling him, we are here to do recon on your nuclear assets. We need to basically understand how this stuff works so we can disarm it at any time. You guys are on the verge of destroying yourself. Blah, 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 blah. So it's just great. And like, again, this guy's like, no bad mental health history, like very lucid, and the same month as Bob Jacobs, and they didn't know each other.
Wow. That's a trip.
Really trippy, yeah.
How do you, because you've done, whether it's like researching through Hastings' work and the various others, some of which you've mentioned, who have quite a swath of UFO sightings and abduction stories and a lot of what are internal subjective experiences that all we can really have for the most part is their word, trusting that what they're saying is sincere, is genuine. It could very well still be, because we know how the mind and the brain works, emerging like understanding. We are capable of vast levels of self-deception and hallucination, and but nonetheless, you see pattern recognition over time from completely disparate parts on the planet, and you can extrapolate things. And so I'm just curious what you make of this, like, profound claims need profound amounts of evidence. Do you feel like that level of evidence is there to justify those claims?
Yes. Yeah, it's a great question. And that's a great quote from the great Carl Sagan. And yeah. I think that is the case. So, but here's what I would say is I would walk back the claims of most people in UFO world. Most people in UFO world are like, there are definitely aliens visiting us, and they're from these 3 star systems, and you have reptilians and Nordics and gray, And so I would say, my extraordinary claim is like, there's something worthy of investigation here. Like, yeah. Clearly, if you go bolder in your claim, I do think you need more evidence, for which we don't necessarily have that evidence. I think you have to have an extremely open kind of aperture as far as what conclusions you draw from the evidence. But ignoring the evidence, I think, that's a tragedy. that's like where then I think you fall into kind of the other side, like dogmatic skepticism.
Right.
I think science is a constant process of the Scylla and Charybdis. The two failure modes are extreme belief in everything. Everything is everything. And, you know, like A and B can't be true if they're mutually exclusive, which like we engage in all the time in UFO world or whatever. And then the other side is extreme dogmatic skepticism, where the evidence could literally be staring you in the face and you just won't look at it. You won't look at the data set. And I've had arguments, you know, I like did this informal debate with Michael Shermer, who's a great UFO skeptic. Yeah. And like, he's really smart. I really like him. But often it's one of those things where, so I agree with, you know, your point that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. I do think a lot of people who aren't in UFO world assume that it's not a repeatable pattern. They assume it's like random person in the middle of the woods, or like, you know, farmer who like sees the thing, and then, you know, they're trying to like, they have some histrionic complex and they want to be famous in their local village or whatever. And I think the nuclear thing is a good kind of path to go down for the skeptic, because science has to be repeatable, and you're talking about a repeatable phenomenon that we were talking earlier before the show. Not only is this happening at nuclear bases across the United States, and you have literally declassified documents from the late 40s of the Air Force, the Army counter, you know, CIC, the CIA, all discussing this, the FBI, like literally from all these disparate agencies talking about UFOs showing up at these different sites. You could say, you could come up with some sort of like, you know, okay, the guys working there are being brainwashed, the documents are being forged. It's like a US deep state thing, right?
PSYOPs, yeah.
PSYOP, yeah. And then you realize that there's literally a town in Japan called Lino, or it's called Ino rather, spelled Lino. And it is right next to the Fukushima prefecture, where they have their civilian nuclear grid, which is famous for this 2011 spill that they had. And basically, a large percentage of this town is obsessed with UFOs. And you have this thing called Mount Sengon Mori there, which is this mountain where you have all these geomagnetic anomalies, you have all these sightings, you have all these people claiming to see UFOs, in certain cases beings, and you have a museum dedicated to UFOs up there. You have a famous 1995 case in Bariloche, Argentina, where a lot of UFOs seem to show up, and that's around their civilian energy grid. You have similar claims around Chernobyl. And so when you get into the like, okay, is the monk at the Shinto temple in Japan coordinating with the guy at Vandenberg Air Force Base? Like, it's like, whoa, all of a sudden, you know, in science, you have a null hypothesis, which is, you know, that like the baseline, you know, our baseline understanding of reality, like our current model is real, and you try to go in to any sort of hypothesis, maintaining the null hypothesis for as long as possible. And I think you get into this territory where the null hypothesis becomes crazier than just admitting that there's some sort of phenomena at play. So like, what are we saying? There's some sort of cabal that's like controlling the people in Japan, that's also controlling the American military-industrial complex. You're all of a sudden getting into parapsychological, psychical levels of control that like itself would be extremely worthy of investigation, and like maybe I'm open to, but like that's a weird claim unto itself, right? So I think that just following the data takes you to extremely epistemically weird places, no matter what. And then I would definitely not snap it to grid and say aliens from other planets. In fact, they're good reasons to believe they're not aliens from other planets, and they're actually more connected to mankind than we think.
We're gonna get into that. We'll get into that. Just to let it breathe for a second, what do you think would happen if it became self-evident to mass consciousness that aliens are real? Like, what do you think that would do to the average human mind?
Yeah.
Belief systems.
I think it could be extremely aspirational, because if you think about a lot of these stories, the aliens seem to be sort of telepathic, have this sort of ability to manipulate reality that you could think of as being used nefariously, or you could think of as like really cool. Like you could do a lot with the world if you had that sort of parapsychological mind meld with, you know, we say that, you know, our world is kind of non-dualist or whatever. I think I can say that safely on this show, and other people would, wholeheartedly disagree with that and maybe, kind of conventional dogmatic physics circles or whatever. But if you could go even farther than that, and like the latency or bandwidth with which you affected reality with your mental state was actually, far greater in the case of the bandwidth and far lower in the case of the latency, I think that would be really cool. I do think a lot of people are into this topic because they want some sort of forbidden knowledge. And there is this sort of left-hand path that you get into with, anything that is sort of secret or occult or whatever, which is the wrong motivation. And you never get the thing by like having that sort of motivation. So I think it's important to be cognizant of that. But if there is, are there beings between man and God? I think that's aspirational. And, is that the next evolution of mankind that is sort of atemporal, that has sort of, access to a time agnostic realm where you're not subject to Zeno's arrow of time, where every time you get out of the stream, you're in a different place. And we're kind of, speaking of soup, we're stuck in this kind of epistemic soup of, of time, essentially. I think all of that's like really exciting. I think it's humbling because it's like, okay, what is this reality we're in? Maybe it's actually more limited in scope than we realize, and that obviously dovetails with, Don Hoffman and some of the other people you've had on, where physics is more of an adaptive interface for us. It's the map. It is not the territory. So you end up with all of these like interesting kind of second order questions that come from it that I think are extremely healthy to ask as a human being.
Hey guys, we'll get right back to the show. But first, a quick share. I have been loving this company, Momentous, for their rigorous testing when it comes to the purity and efficacy.
Cool story, bro.
About the enjoy. Back to the show. There's something incredibly humbling about the exploration of the very real possibility that human beings are not at the top of the universal food chain, so to speak, that life is, I think it's Haldane, JBS Haldane, that said, reality is not only stranger than we suppose, but stranger than we can suppose.
Yes.
And I think there is this inherent misguided effort to think of non-human intelligence in the ways that we think of human life. Like we have this tendency to think of UFO crafts operating the way like an advanced airplane would,
yes.
Traversing across the universe in the way that we would through space and time. And so, yeah, what comes up for you when we stop thinking about extraterrestrial life from the human-centric lens, and that non-human intelligence may very well look or act or behave absolutely nothing like we do?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably likely. Like we're probably seeing, I mean, a la the Hoffman stuff, not to quote him too much, but it's like we are probably not seeing reality itself. We're probably seeing kind of an adaptive, low-level version of reality. And like you could go back to Plato, where like you're seeing shadow play. You're seeing simulacra of something sort of higher going on. And so I think, exploring this stuff changes you as well. And that's maybe the dirty little secret, because you always in science want to separate the observer from the observed. I think that might collapse as a paradigm. And that's why I see this whole thing as a paradigm shift, kind of epistemologically, not just a scientific paradigm shift, because in science, you're supposed to be this like perfectly, this perfect measurement sensor. Like you're almost supposed to remove the human, and it's only supposed to be like these, like an electron microscope that detected the thing, or radar or whatever, and you can't trust your eyes as a human. And I think a lot of this stuff involves actually systematically exploring the human psyche and just human, often one-of-one phenomenological experience, and not discarding that. And I think a new scientific model will have to incorporate that, a la Rudolf Steiner, who talks about spiritual science, where inner phenomena are just as valid as outer phenomena. And I think the interesting thing about studying a lot of the UFO stuff is you're really out of your depth no matter what. And I think if you're not admitting that, then you're kind of this like grandstanding, often shill in the subject. And when you are so out of your depth and you're sort of, really in the dark, you're in sort of Plato's cave or whatever, you really have to audit yourself, and you have to audit your own biases, and you have to become, you can't make these bold claims. Like the second you make a bold claim, like, you know, like somebody debunks a little thing, and you have to be like, okay, cool. Like I'll follow the evidence there. And so I do think that's this extremely important part of the whole topic, is like your own growth process as you kind of look into and discover this stuff. And so going back to your question, because I want to answer it, you know, it's like watching the movie Arrival, which is based off of that Ted Chiang, you know, sci-fi story, where it's like time and these like cephalopods or whatever that like, and like time is a weapon, and like, you know, the ability to communicate with that thing is going to be so primitive for us, and they're going to be having to like understand our primitives and like adhere their language to us. So you hear of all these abduction cases, like John Mack, who is the head of the Harvard psychiatry department in the 90s, started to systematically study alien abductions. And you hear about all these abductions, and I think you can't take them at face value. I think the only thing you can take seriously on it, you look for patterns, of course, but you almost have to say, like, whatever's going on has this like 360 demonic control. Like it's like Descartes' demon, where it's like they have control over your sort of senses and your whole sensory apparatus. And that's a very weird place to go, you know? But I think it kind of, it leads you there, at least in that moment in time where a person's experienced a thing like that, or they experience an abduction. Who knows whether what they're seeing is the true architecture of you know, what's happening. And you can say there are, you know, classic motifs people do see. These gray alien beings do seem to show up consistently. You know, these sort of perfectly chiseled Nordics seem to show up, which is really strange, right? The reptilian thing, actually, there's some evidence out there that like people experience abductions with these sorts of beings. But I mean, I think you're in really weird territory if you start to claim that like we know that these beings come from this discrete race from this star system. I think you need a lot of evidence for that, and I don't think we have it. So like all I can say is like we're probably not at the top of the food chain, and there's like something else going on.
Yeah. Or even the conception of a food chain would be hilarious, you know, from the perspective of an interdimensional being.
Yeah.
I think like
They've transcended that.
yeah. And that the medium in which an non-human intelligence would traverse would be, like we said, through the way we perceive traversing the cosmos through Newtonian physics. You know, I'm just curious because you seem like you really have this balance of empathy and epistemic rigor when it comes to studying all these different abduction stories, for example, which sounds so out there, especially for somebody who's never had a transpersonal subjective experience. Like, it just sounds like, you know, quacky stuff.
Yeah.
You know? And yet you hear reports from people that seem very level-headed, that seem very sincere. You know, it's tough to gauge someone's level of what they're trying to maybe garner from something. But yeah, what I know you've come across this pretty compelling, you know, stories from various different accounts. And so maybe you could like lay out one or two, or just like, you know, and in doing so, share how you kind of think of having that balance of empathy and the rigor when it comes to that.
Yeah. And I think that's a great framing, because I think in isolation, like most cases are probably, you can probably corroborate them to the point of being like, there's probably something that happened there. And then I think there'll always be skeptics in any individual case. And I would point people to, there's Edgar Mitchell was an Apollo astronaut in the Apollo 14 mission. And he came back and he started basically systematically studying this stuff because he thought we were not alone in the universe. And so I'd point people to the free Edgar Mitchell database of abduction cases, and they can go through a lot of these cases, and they can talk to a lot of these people themselves. I think it's probably important, if you are somebody who is earnestly interested in the subject, to not just take my word for, you know, any of these sorts of stories, and to try to meet, experiencers themselves and be like, what happened? Like, and go into like, are you sure you're not making that up? And like, be as skeptical as you sort of want. But I don't know, a couple of really famous cases are, you have Travis Walton in the mid 70s. He was in a national park in Arizona, and he was actually with a bunch of friends, and they were loggers, and they had finished their work at the end of the day, and they see this weird bright light in the object. They're all in the car, and he's still out. And
In the sky, bright light in the sky.
they see a bright light in the sky, but then they see it on the forest floor.
Oh, okay.
And they see it near Travis. And Travis then touches the craft and gets blown back. And, it almost seems to like zap or hurt him, where there seems to be this kind of electromagnetic, emission or field around this craft. And the 5 guys are freaked out. They go back into town. They basically are like, we don't know what to tell you, but this is what happened to this guy. One of the guys had actually been in a fight with Travis that day. And so, he didn't have any incentive to like say that like, this guy is being truthful about like this UFO abduction experience or whatever. They're all like, people are like skeptical also of this guy and a lot of the people, because they're like, are you sure like you didn't get into a fight with him? You didn't kill him? They think like they were like murderers at one point. They all take lie detector tests and are like grilled by the local sheriff and stuff. And people are like, okay, maybe something happened. Like, this is actually weird. Like, these guys are like, passing the tests, and they seem to be really consistent in their stories. Travis is then found, I want to say 5 days later, but he has like a full grown beard. So it's like as if like more missing time had occurred. And he had been basically on this craft with an operating table with both Greys and actually Nordics. So you have like, two different kind of alien archetypes involved in his abduction. And he comes back down, and he basically says that they did like surgery on him. And to this day, it's Fire in the Sky is this famous sort of, documentary that's been done about him. My friend Chris Ramsey, who is a great, he actually had the biggest magic channel on YouTube before going into UFO stuff. And he did
Good crossover there.
It's a great crossover because he actually like shows how a lot of the magic's done, and he debunks a lot of magic. So a lot of magicians kind of hate on him because they're like, don't show the special sauce or whatever. And he's extremely good when it comes to debunking stagecraft. And in fact, he took me to a magic conference with like some of his top magician friends, like the guy that like has worked with David Blaine for 20 years. Like, these guys are like, to me, they're like literal magicians. And he would consistently be like, no, this is, he wouldn't show me the method because that's like not how you're not supposed to do that in magic. But he'd basically be like, there's a method here, there's a method there, and like he would do that a little too much on his channel. And so he'd get in trouble on that. But he was always kind of a UFO freak. Yeah. And so that got him into starting Area 52, which is this channel. And he does this whole deep dive on Travis Walton and does a long interview with him. And he's just this one of these guys who's like consistent in his story since that time. He also went on Rogan and, just continuously sort of tells the same story. And it's one of these archetypal stories where the person is sort of operated on, he's on this sort of, operating table. And it's really strange. It's almost as if often gametes are collected as well. So like there's like sperm taken or eggs taken. It's almost as if, they are kind of anthropologists or they're zoologists or whatever, and they want like tissue samples or genetic samples, and they want to see what's going on, with us. Another case that I love is in 1977 at Ellsworth Air Force Base in South Dakota. So this is another nuclear case. There's a guy named Mario Woods, and he is a missile security officer. And he's at this launch station, November 5 is what it's called. And I think he's hanging out, playing ping pong. Like at a lot of these nuclear bases, like not a lot's going on for like most of the time, like, ideally, right? And so he's like having kind of like a lazy evening. And he sees these lights in the sky. And he thinks that it's, some sort of stealth bomber, like waving the lights to like say hello. And so he goes out, he like waves, and he's like, what is that? And he has a partner, you know, it's like some sort of buddy system, and his partner's a guy named Michael Johnson. And they go out and they try to like track what's because the alarm goes off, so it's like something's in their restricted airspace. So he's like starts to freak out, and he's like, maybe this is more serious. And so they follow this thing with their truck. They stop the truck. They see basically this like. What he always says is the size of a Walmart is what he said. So this huge, you know, like fireball, this red fireball, and he freaks out and he's like, "What is this thing?" He sees 4 beings which look like little gray aliens walking towards his car, and they're saying over and over again telepathically, "Do not fear, do not fear, do not fear." He's completely paralyzed, as is Michael Johnson, and this is, by the way, a common trope: the do not fear and the being paralyzed. And
Interesting combo.
Yeah. Right. Don't worry about it. You're okay. You know, you're paralyzed. You can't move anything, but you can't fend for yourself. Yeah. It is ironic, which is why I can't be taken at face value. You know, it's like, who knows whether they're good or bad? I don't know. But they're saying that he blacks out. He wakes up 9 miles away from the base. And he doesn't know what happened. And it's now all of a sudden the sun's coming up. So it's dawn. And he's freaked out, and it's like 9 miles away from Lake Newell or something, which is like, you know, yeah, it's far from the base. And so he's like, what happened? I don't know this is so weird. He ends up getting checked in what seems to be kind of a routine protocol by the base, and they're checking his teeth, and they're doing all sorts of tests on him, which imply that they have some sort of familiarity, that this thing happens a lot. And then he retains his clearance and continues working for the DOE for another 20 years, by the way. Has no idea what happened that night. Gets a hypnotic regression, which we should get into as well, because that's how a lot of these stories come out, which gets to your question of like, you know, is that a valid form of memory retrieval, or are you like gonna make stuff up? I would say it pattern matches to any extremely traumatic experience. Somebody, you know, if somebody experiences child abuse or something like that, often those memories get extremely repressed. It's adaptive for you to repress those memories, and they come out in techniques like hypnotic regression. So he ends up getting a hypnotic regression, and again, he's on this craft operating table. He calls it a beehive of all these little gray aliens, but they're working for this kind of taller gray alien, which is also a common architecture, is you have like a taller gray, and they seem to have some sort of superiority over these little gray worker bees. And according to a lot of people kind of in and around the UFO legacy program, whistleblowers like David Grush, who've testified before Congress now, they actually say that a lot of these beings are almost like biological androids. Like they're actually more robotic in nature. And so they might not even be conscious. Like, we are now experimenting as a human civilization with programmable biology. You know, there's a great professor at Tufts named Michael Levin, and he talks about the bioelectricity of the body and voltage-gated ion channels. And, you know, is the human more of like a malleable computer than we think? And maybe we are a container for a soul or something. I don't know how it works, but I do know we're like looking more into this now. And so if you have this Cashapp 3 or 4 more advanced civilization than us, maybe they figured that out in the case of these grays. But that's another crazy case where you meet Mario. I've had him on my show, and like just earnest, salt of the earth guy, zero mental health history before or after, extreme level of detail in which he's able to recall the story. Gets mad actually if people say the hypnotic regression part was real, because he wants to stick to the facts. And again, just part of this nuclear architecture where just again and again and again, you literally have 170 of these guys. And if there are 170 of them who literally they were like subject to the most extreme secrecy protocols, there's probably preference falsification. You're probably talking about thousands.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
When it comes to actually working with proposed retrieved crafts and non-human biologics, what's the most mind-blowing thing that you learned and talked about in your conversations with him? Because that to most people is like what would really move the needle in terms of the scientific approach of like, if you have
Yes.
an alien being that was apparently worked on and crafts that were retrieved, you know, Nolan's, you know, small samples
Yes.
of, what exactly were they again?
They're like magnesium and bismuth
Right.
and other pieces that seem to have isotope ratios that don't match asteroids or anything on Earth.
Right. So like that stuff points like for the very skeptical mind, I think, into really verifying it. So just for people that don't know the context with Grush and the non-human biologics.
Yeah, totally. So David Grush is this kind of seminal UFO whistleblower because he was at the National Geospatial. He's a 14-year intelligence officer. He was an Afghanistan combat veteran. He handled the presidential daily brief. So what the president like reads as far as his, you know, vantage point for what's happening in the world, David Grush was the kind of, you know, courier / you know, like probably part-time editor of like what, you know, what's going on, you know, with that, which I think is, you know, should add credibility. Everybody who has, you know, come out who was a former colleague of his says he's like beyond reproach, and he has level 1 autism and has like literally like an autistic level of detail when it comes to all of this stuff. In fact, he gave the intelligence community inspector general, Thomas Monheim, hundreds of pages about these reverse engineering programs in front of Congress. You hear, you know, AOC literally asking him, grilling him, saying, do you have the addresses of these warehouses where these UFOs are being kept? And he goes, yeah, get me into a SCIF, which is a secure compartmentalized information facility where you can, you know, basically give classified information. It's basically a Faraday cage. And he's like, just put me in there and I'll tell you, you know? And so this is this extremely frustrating thing for me too, because I don't like, you know, he's a friend of mine and I want to take him at face value. I do think extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So I think you have to rank the, like, you know, hundreds of nuclear, you know, whistleblowers of like something phenomenologically in our airspace being real, probably above the idea that we have literal reverse engineering programs because of the amount of data we have on one versus the other. But like, what frustrates me so much is like, if you're in the government, like, can you collapse this into a reality? Like, get the pages that were given to the IC Inspector General and review them. And, you know, I've met with some people in and around the current admin, and like, I'm like telling, I'm like, and they talk about the UFO stuff casually, like they kind of know that they're there. And I'm like, get your hands on those pages and figure it out. Like, I don't have a security clearance. So I'd be happy to know either way, you know, like we really should just follow the truth wherever it leads us. But I do think you have a guy it's kind of hard to argue with his credentials, and he's providing tons and tons of pages of documents. So like, let's go to the documents and like figure out like what's going on. And then you mentioned, and then you have stories that comport with that. So you have like Bob Lazar, for example, who I mentioned, where we know he worked at Los Alamos, which was, you know, that was a question initially when he came out. I think it's clear he worked at Area 51. He, you know, talks about Janet Airlines and Area 50. Area 51 wasn't a thing before Bob Lazar, so he knew details around its existence that, you know, other people didn't seem to know. I think he met with Edward Teller, who was the, you know, creator of the H-bomb, who was probably implicated in a lot of these kind of spooky science programs. And so his story is really fascinating. And again, it's one of these stories where you could change a detail. The final Jenga block would be, okay, we have our own anti-gravity crafts and you're doing tech protection by calling it alien. Like, okay, I'm open to that. And I'm very deep on like anti-gravity stuff too, which I view as a hedge, because one of them's got to be right, you know? And so again, it's one of those things where like, I'm open to the other thing being right, but he seems to continually be corroborated over time as people sort of, you know, question him. I have a friend who's making a documentary on him called Project Gravatar, and I think he's uncovered some pretty good evidence that S4, which is the specific area on Area 51 that really nobody knew about before Bob Lazar, exists, and that it's this underground facility there. So yeah, I think you have a few stories, and then you have David Grush, who I think is pretty beyond reproach. And then the thing you mentioned, Gary Nolan, He's a Stanford microbiologist. He's a really, well-acclaimed kind of professor, tenured there. And he works with Jacques Vallée, who I've mentioned earlier, who's this French godfather of ufology. He's actually depicted by Francois Truffaut, or he's played by Francois Truffaut in Steven Spielberg's Close Encounters of the Third Kind. And he's this very interesting kind of almost mystical figure in UFO research. And he publishes his address online. So when people, see crashes, they'll literally send the material to him. He'll send that material to Gary Nolan to do material analysis and mass spectrometry on them. And Gary Nolan does mass spectrometry on one of these crashes, which I believe crashed over the beach in Ubatuba in Brazil. And he goes, these contain isotope ratios that don't naturally exist on Earth. They're not man-made. Like, I don't know what the hell, or they could be man-made, but you would need centrifuge access and like a lot of money to do that. I think the crash occurred in like the 50s or 60s. So you need like a crazy scientific level of access. And then the question is why? Like what do you do? You're like exploding a thing that you centrifuged the like isotope ratios on above the beach in Brazil. It like doesn't make sense. So yeah, but then it's always one of those things where it's like, until people see like a full scale craft, I think they'll be skeptical, and they have the right to be skeptical. And I think the thing they should be asking for is like, let's collapse it. Do you feel like like a wave function in quantum mechanics? Like, let's collapse the wave function. We have this probability distribution of the UFO thing. Like, if you're the current administration, look into David Grush's documents.
We'll get right back to the episode. A quick share. If you have been listening for a while, you probably know I love my health tools, and one that I have really enjoyed is a small light arcade device. It opens up deeper into the rabbit hole of observing this time around the Manhattan Project, how physics might have quietly forked, one into nukes and computation, and another one less potentially known into space-time and gravity. And so because I know you love this topic, and I love how you refer to it as a hedge. But it's a fairly promising one when you look into the electrogravitics and Townsend Brown. And so kind of just high-level overview for people that don't know what could have potentially been happening at that time that could have led to where we are now.
Yes. So I think some of the most interesting and fruitful places to look for the next paradigm of science are going down the tree trunk of science and finding another branch. And so like look to see where we went wrong. And I think where we went wrong, in my personal opinion, is string theory and quantum gravity. And it's this idea that we can, so if you have two imperfect maps in the form of general relativity and quantum field theory, the idea that those are not abstractions and heuristics on reality, and that they're reality onto themselves, and we can force fit those maps, which are probably jagged and not one-to-one correlations with actual reality, is to me the epitome of human hubris. And there's a great actually science writer and physicist, and she has a great YouTube channel, and her name's Sabina Hassenfelder, and she wrote a great book called Lost in Math, and it's about how physics today is lost in these abstractions where we're talking about ridiculous numbers of dimensions, but then you can't do anything with it. You can't do anything with string theory. And so I think the two, again, if you go down the tree trunk, find different branches, I think the two branches which are fruitful and interesting would be, one, the creation of quantum mechanics and parapsychology, and the idea that the mind might have something to do with wave function collapse, which all of the godfathers of quantum mechanics flirted with. All of them did. And so you can talk to like the modern kind of priestly citadel of quantum mechanics people like Sean Carroll, and they'll say that's ridiculous, but it's literally an unfalsifiable claim on both sides. It's a hypothesis that your mind doesn't, collapse the wave function, and it's a hypothesis that it does. And the idea that superposition of what you're measuring doesn't exist in the detector, and then your mind is collapsing that, it's impossible to prove either way. So that's really interesting. And then what you're getting at is, I think, fascinating, which is, so if you look at what created string theory, which is basically the need for us to quantize gravity. So we can reconcile the strong force, the weak force, and electromagnetism on a quantum scale. We cannot reconcile gravity. So you have macroscopic reality, which is like me, you, space-time, celestial bodies, and that is general relativity, which is essentially a theory of gravity. And then you have quantum mechanics, and the two just don't line up. And what we've been trying to do since 1957, you have University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, Institute of Field Physics, basically convening all of the world's top physicists. And it was, Richard Feynman, John Wheeler, Peter Bergman, Freeman Dyson, like guys who in conventional physics, you would say are like, the godfathers of like what we are swimming in today academically. And they're all meeting about, how can you reconcile gravity in the quantum? Like, how do we sort of figure this out? And at the time, general relativity was actually seen as kind of a novel curiosity. And then it became like much more of like like the dominant paradigm kind of after this. And this need to quantize gravity was kind of popularized at this conference. Like that became kind of the mandate of physics at the time. Now here's where things get really trippy, really interesting. The guy who was convening that whole thing, who is the patron of the Institute of Field Physics at the University of North Carolina, was a guy named Agnew Bonson. And the president of the University of North Carolina at the time was a guy named Gordon Gray. Gordon Gray oversaw the kangaroo courts, which stripped Oppenheimer of his Q clearance. He was an extreme intel insider and very high up, not only at the CIA, but a part of, at the time, what was called the 5412 Commission, which was basically this interagency coordination group, which you could call kind of like, I think they ended up being somewhat responsible for the death of JFK indirectly, like this like breakaway like intel organization, which initially was so the president could gain plausible deniability on doing things that might not be the best look for him, probably domestically. And I think it turned into this runaway kind of continuity of government group. But so Gordon Gray is literally president of UNC at that time, North Carolina. And then Agnew Bonson, who literally wrote a science fiction book called The Stars Are Too High about man-made UFOs right before he died in a freak plane accident, is overseeing all of these top physicists, and they are looking into gravity. It's a conference on gravity. And Lewis Witten and a lot of, Lewis Witten, who's the father of the greatest string theorist of our time, Ed Witten, who worked at Martin Corporation's like secret anti-gravity outfit is there. This, and he, if you email him to this day, he goes, I can't talk about anti-gravity or whatever. Like he'll freak out about that. And then what's really crazy is in the back room, while this is going on, while we're trying to figure out theoretically what's happening with gravity. And by the way, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Wright Airfield, which is center of all the UFO lore, they have a theoretical physics group looking into anti-gravity. This whole era in the 50s is obsessed with anti-gravity. While they're theoretically looking at it, you have Agnew Bonson, the Institute of Field Physics, North Carolina, the same exact group funding this guy named Townsend Brown, doing experiments around anti-gravity. And you have video of Townsend Brown in the lab popping champagne, ostensibly because he got a positive result around these anti-gravity experiments. And a year before that, you have him doing similar experiments in a vacuum chamber it was called the Montgolfier Project in 1956. And you have a French technical representative named Jacques Cornillon. We have him on audio on his deathbed saying that the experiments worked. And you have Agnew Bonson himself saying very weird things happen at high megavolts across short distances. And what he's talking about is essentially Townsend Brown's work. That was what he did. It was these capacitor experiments, high voltage, low current, short distances. And so you have this, you get into these, and then I mean, you go on for so long about this, like the current electrostatics lead scientist at NASA, or the guy that just left. He was the electrostatics lead at NASA for decades. His name is Charles Bueller. Just left to start a propellantless propulsion program, a company called Exodus Space. And he claims that it's based on Townsend Brown's work. So you have all this like smoke after that, you know, in the 50s, that like Townsend Brown's stuff probably worked. So then you get into this like really interesting philosophical, you know, kind of question of, was public physics sent into a cul-de-sac and sent down the wrong path, either intentionally or emergently or unintentionally? I'm definitely not smart enough on the physics to say that like we were given a 2D container padded walls version of physics, that, or if that's even possible. Can you like psyop the physics community in such a coordinated way? Like that might be beyond belief for me. So I don't know how this happened.
Something that we could continue to make progress in that wouldn't bear fruits potentially.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did that happen intentionally or was it unintentional? I don't know. There's a guy named Eric Weinstein who talks about it a little more as if it happened intentionally and was seeded. And he can speak in these more high-level theoretical physics terms. And, you know, I'm friends with him and I love him, but like, I don't want to make that claim. I do want to make the, I think, still pretty bold claim that like private vital physics went behind the Iron Curtain of secrecy and classification. And it's kind of crazy to say that it didn't. Like, of course, in a world of, you know, the atomic era, Cold War era stuff where you have Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, you know, getting tried for stealing, secret. You have the Red Scare, stealing atomic secrets. You have Klaus Fuchs. The whole reason the Soviets had their atomic program is because for 9 years he was giving them nuclear trade secrets. You have all these, kangaroo courts around. Oppenheimer was stripped of his Q clearance because of this stuff. Of course, you're gonna get secret science and you're gonna get public science, especially in the world of, where science is getting more and more dangerous as an art form. You split an atom, like you get into pretty destructive territory. You get into weird modalities, and you can get into the whole other conversation is how splitting an atom and doing, controlled nuclear fusion might be actually threatening to the establishment in other ways. And again, there are plenty of, I don't want to play that role because there are plenty of people in the UFO community who are like, sure, we're like hiding, free energy machines that will allow us to live on clean energy and get rid of, petrol gas forever. And I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is you have this really interesting experiment in the 50s around, which is essentially what would get us to interstellar travel. I don't think even conventional physicists, even conventional aerospace people would all admit that Elon Musk's SpaceX stuff is it's a recruiting tactic. We are not going interstellar. Maybe we can colonize Mars. I do think it's an amazing company. He resuscitated what NASA was doing single-handedly by literally traveling to Russia and looking into their liquid fueled rockets. Amazing. But you can't go interstellar. Literally do the math. It doesn't work. So I think some of that tech got locked up. And now is what we're seeing, and is this modern UFO craze just anti-gravity stuff? I don't know. Is it the NHI stuff? I'm not sure. Is it consciousness? I don't know. But I think if you stay at the forefront of all three of those things, I think it's hard to go wrong.
It's wild, man. So the potentially forking of physics into this behind the closed door exploration of electrogravitics and anti-gravity, where, if that was the case, who do you think is likely pioneering, protecting this sort of physics, science, crafts, and where would they be located?
Yeah. I think the Department of Energy. If you look at our most frontier weapons testing, it is the Department of Energy. This is something that's a constant source of frustration with me because I've had pretty high up people in government say you figured out this crazy thing. There's probably a there or whatever. I'm then what is going on? Because there's one line in the biography of Townsend Brown, who's this amazing book called The Man Who Mastered Gravity by a guy named Paul Shatskin. And he's this just extremely enigmatic, interesting guy. He literally parachutes in behind enemy lines to Nazi Germany to retrieve some tech at the end of the war. He's close friends with William Stevenson and confidants with William Stevenson, who is he's Winston Churchill's super spy. He's the inspiration for Ian Fleming's James Bond. And he basically, is in charge of the MI6 and helps form the CIA with Wild Bill Donovan in the US. So like spooky, interesting figures. And, Townsend Brown is dealing with Curtis LeMay, who's chief of staff of the American Air Force. He's dealing with he shows up at Martin Corporation the year that Skunk Works starts. So Martin Corporation is pre-Lockheed Martin, what everybody knows today as our, one of our biggest defense contractors, responsible for all our stealth craft. And the year that Skunk Works, their most secretive R&D division, forms, he happens to start working there, which is really interesting. He's like this Zelig or Forrest Gump character in mid-century American politics and military and science, where you're like, what is your deal? And I think that, if you look at, again, what we were talking about with the Atomic Energy Commission and, special definition of nuclear material, where if there's anything radiological, it gets sort of born secret. National labs are often placed around these nuclear sites kind of strategically. Where would you be working on the most frontier weapons science? It would be next to nuclear assets. Makes sense, right? You just co-locate them. You have like a lot of secrecy around both. You create these sort of complexes where you have, nuclear and you have that sort of stuff going on. And so my suspicion would be that it would be DOE related. And there's a line in that book about Townsend Brown, which freaks me out. And it's like, this makes an H-bomb look like a child's firecracker. And that's freaky. And so my question when I'm in rooms with, often it's gaslighting. Occasionally it's like, with these sort of higher up people, it's like, yeah, there's a there on the Townsend Brown stuff. And I'm like, okay, well, do we have a framework? Like, if we're at parity with China on this sort of stuff and Russia on this sort of stuff, it's a tragedy that this isn't being used on civil side infrastructure. We're in LA right now. If you look at LA and you were to flashback 40 years, it's the same LA. It's the same exact infrastructure. Like, the world of the Jetsons did not come to fruition, right? So you're telling me that we have something where, an experiment where electromagnetism is the input and some sort of gravitational perturbation or propulsion is the output, and we're just sitting on that? Okay, like maybe it makes sense if you have the extreme dual use implications of, turning the H-bomb to the child's firecracker. Like, I would stop talking about it tomorrow if I knew that were the case. And in a lot of cases, that's what science is. Like, you think about nuclear fusion, controlled nuclear fusion could lead to free energy, but it's also the H-bomb when it's uncontrolled. So often technology serves as this weird dual use forcing function for civilization to kind of, up its game consciousness wise or whatever. So my guess would be, it's a long-winded way of saying my guess would be, it would be, DOE and national labs. And then my big issue on the whole thing is like, I don't know if, part of me thinks the lights are on, but nobody's home. And we don't have a framework where it's like, if Russia and China are at parity with the US on this stuff, we need to roll it out and we need to use it in our cities and make the world a better place and just admit that this stuff is real. And then if they're not, maybe there's some, extreme reason for secrecy. What's weird is I feel like I'm living in the Truman Show sometimes because I truly, I don't think I'm an idiot, and I feel like I've amassed a lot of evidence on this stuff.
I think that's evident in this conversation.
Thank you, man. I mean, I don't know. I could just have a bunch of crazy, useless facts, but it's just weird. I feel like I get back you poke the bear with statements like this, and I don't know whether it's maybe it's held in private hands. And so the private hands don't have these sort of frameworks that they adhere to. Mm-hmm. And because a lot of the DOE is entangled, and DOD was entangled with a lot of these contractors. The contractors often are act like these fiefdoms where they make these experimental updates and then they become these. I mean, if you think about tech is kind of your power and your leverage. And so they then like turn into these like runaway, like escape from civilian bureaucracy oversight groups. And so like, does this exist in that sort of, you know, capacity? I don't know. I don't have a good answer, but it's very strange. And it's very strange when you get to a certain level of conviction on it, because it's, I'm like, what's going on? Like what, is somebody going to contact me? And then you do occasionally get hired. Like literally this guy who ran a $2 billion P&L, an executive at Northrop Grumman, who's responsible for the B-2, you know, bomber, where I make this argument that Townsend Brown's not anti-gravity work, but his other work made it into the B-2 stealth bomber. He went on my show and he's like, I'm like, basically it was to a crowd full of like tech people. I'm like, you know, the UFO subject is frustratingly kind of hard, you know, it's not really actionable, like per the beginning of our conversation. And I'm like, is there any place you would look at to like invest in technology? And he goes, watch Jesse's video on Thomas Townsend Brown. And so you have this guy who's like an exec at Northrop hinting that this stuff is real. And then I'm like, okay, if this is real, it like could take us to the stars in a way that like SpaceX can't. And yet, like, I don't know, nobody, like, maybe it's because like the thumbnails on my YouTube channel look kind of ridiculous, because like that's how you like have to bootstrap your distribution online. I don't know. I seriously, I don't know. But I'd love for there to be more progress made on this.
Yeah, man, it's so fascinating, and it definitely is a interesting rabbit hole to dive down. It also still leaves a lot of room for explanation in terms of the variants of ET species and abduction stories and psi phenomena and these crafts moving through intention, and so I want to start diving a bit down that side of things now, because I know your fascination with Diana Pasulka's work kind of, and in your also understanding of Thomas Aquinas's taxonomy of angels, sort of reframes extraterrestrial life in a completely different way. Like that they are not potentially beings from another star system that traveled here in the way that we think they would, but that are potentially interdimensional and that interact with consciousness in a way that we, like a monkey trying to understand quantum mechanics could potentially understand. It's way beyond our level of comprehension. And so let's start. How would you set the framework for that sort of theory of consciousness?
Yeah, so I think looking to religion, kind of apocryphal ancient stories, can be really illustrative of what is possibly going on today. You mentioned Diana Pasulka. She's a great religious studies professor at UNC Wilmington, and she wasn't into this stuff at all. She was like a Catholic studies professor, and she wrote a book on the Catholic concept of purgatory. And then she started to look into basically experiences that brothers, nuns, saints, people at monasteries across history had with what they would describe as angels or Jesus or the Virgin Mary, their Virgin Mary apparitions across, Catholic history, obviously. And she looked into them, and she would often look into the original Greek translations. Like the archetypal example is actually you have St. Francis of Assisi in 13th century Italy on Mount Laverne. And he's just one of these really interesting figures, kind of similar to St. Augustine, where he starts out struggling with faith and kind of like a life of the party sort of guy. And he has this really interesting experience at the top of this mountain, and he's with Brother Leo, this confidant, who's kind of documenting this whole experience, and essentially sees, and she does the original translation in Greek, or I think it's in Latin, sorry, and it's a flaming torch, and he receives what he says, this wound in the flesh, and it's the stigmata. But then she looks at it and she's like, well, he died a year later from the stigmata. And actually the stigmata looks a lot more like just electromagnetic burns. And so she gives this manuscript of stories like, St. Francis of Assisi's to her friend. And her friend goes, this reads like a Steven Spielberg script. Like, this looks exactly like what UFO stories are today. And she looks into the work of John Mack at Harvard, and she's like, oh my God, if you one-to-one replace angel with alien or demon with alien, or, in certain cases, Jesus or angels with aliens, it seems very similar. The Ecstasy of Saint Teresa is another example, like over and over and over again. And so American Cosmic is her book, which is, an amazing book because you see the first half of her book being like the UFO thing. She's writing about it in this kind of meta-sociological, like, as a professor would way, where she's like, this is kind of a modern psychosocial phenomena. And it's kind of crafted in like a Disney studio or whatever. And she even talks about Betty and Barney Hill being abducted in 1961. She talks about how the CBS show Outer Limits depicts aliens with eyes being wrapped around their head, just like they are seeing. And so she's like basically saying maybe our perceptions are being shaded by media. And so I'm reading this book and I'm like, this is very well reasoned. You know, this is like this woman, she's going to debunk, she's going to explain this whole thing. And then you see her fall into this belief system where she's like, oh my God, what I've been looking at for the you know, not only the Catholic stuff, but the Hebrew Merkabah tradition, you know, the Ezekiel's chariots and that sort of thing. A lot of this stuff just comports with modern UFO lore. And maybe religion is this ongoing process today. And I think for a lot of people, that's somehow subversive of religion. Like, don't smear religion with your, you know, alien stories sort of thing. I would say it's reinforcing of religion, and I wouldn't call the current thing alien. I would just call the current thing an empirical, observable. Like, you can actually remerge science and the spirit, which bifurcated around the Enlightenment, where you had Newton, who was like an alchemist, and then you end up with like David Hume, who's like this natural philosopher, and now you have Richard Dawkins, who's like, it's like ardent, shrill atheist. I think you could re-merge those things if you have this empirical, observable phenomena where you're like, these are happening at nuclear sites, and they comport with things happening in the Bible. Like, oh my God, that's crazy. So I love her work on that, and she's really an heir to Jacques Vallée, who writes about this whole thing as like, he actually was writing originally around like kind of new psychological thought was kind of this burgeoning field where you had people like Zimbardo and you had these behavioral psychologists, the guys like B.F. Skinner, and intermittent reinforcement. And so you get this idea of like, if you give, you know, a rat like an irregular drip of a thing, they're more likely to become like rabidly chasing the drip than they are if it's like this regular thing. And that's how Jacques Vallée discusses the phenomena. Is you're like, you're always chasing this thing that you never quite grasp. And it's almost like this control system, which is using these intermittent reinforcement techniques and synchronicities, which we now know synchronicities do create dopamine, which leads you through life in this like specific way that you were, you know, maybe you were supposed to lead or whatever. And so again, it brings this whole new cut on the UFO story, which I do think becomes a little more personable and actionable than like, you know, crafts that, you know, have anti-gravity or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. But before we dive deeper in there, could you lay out the different like what is the history of the Greys, for example, versus the Nordics versus the reptilians versus and what is the correlation between what is perhaps, because their brain is very much so a prediction machine, and what is being entrained from media versus vice versa?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, the outer limits thing is interesting, and sometimes I wonder, I mean, if this is all shadow play, if you know, if they take the Don Hoffman thing at face value, which I'm not saying that's necessarily true, but say it is. And so you have some sort of higher Platonic reality and like a lower reality. In that kind of worldview, you'd have like guardians, which are, you're seeing this sort of, you know, the shadows on the wall. You're seeing the simulacra of the objects. You're not seeing the objects themselves. And then you get into this thing where you have these memes in your head, and how do you gain a meme library? Like, what is that? How does that occur? And are those meme libraries just based on organic things that you're seeing in reality through life? Or are they shaded by media, you know, itself? And clearly it's somewhat shaded by media. You know, again, I think if you get into, like the extreme extrapolation of this would be that we are living in some low-level simulation, and there is a guardian class that is literally managing the abduction cases themselves as far as our low-level perception or recollection of what occurs. And like, you have to entertain that. Like, I don't know, that's really nutty territory. As far as the history of the Greys, the kind of really premier, prime example of an abduction experience is the Betty and Barney Hill. There is September of 1961. They were in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and they were on their way, actually, a road trip to Niagara Falls. And they were an interracial couple, normal, cool people. And they were, I think, at a diner, and they were driving away from the diner, and they see this light in the sky, and they're like, "What the hell is that?" And it seems like Betty is more afraid, and Barney is more attracted to like whatever this thing is, and they drive after it, and eventually they come to a certain stop, and they see it. It lands. Beings seem to come out, and I should say, by the way, again, it's one of those cases where they have missing time, and I believe Betty has like marks on her dress or whatever that she comes back with and doesn't know what happens, and then a lot of the actual recollection of the core experience comes out in a hypnotic regression. But I think that is really when Greys were introduced into the zeitgeist. Was probably 1961. But again, it's this weird thing where Outer Limits is also playing around that time. So around that time, I think, is when, Greys were introduced. Nordics, it's tough. I mean, you could go back to like the Theosophical Society of like, late 19th century. Well, I'll revise my Grey thing. Like Aleister Crowley, who's like a very dark figure, talk about Left Hand Path, part of the OTO in Pasadena and LA. Like, he drew this figure he called Lamb, which looks kind of like a gray alien. And, he claims he, like, summoned this thing that came from, like, a portal. It's probably demonic, knowing him or whatever. And so, like, maybe he's kind of the original gray guy. You could say, actually, connected to Aleister Crowley, Jack Parsons has an experience. Jack Parsons is basically, like, the godfather of American rocketry. He founds JPL. And he would do these tests, these rocketry tests in the Mojave Desert, and they were known as the Suicide Squad, and he ended up blowing himself up. The crazy, interesting mad scientist in American history. And there's a great book called Strange Angel about him that I recommend everybody read. But he sees this like Nordic-looking being in the desert, and it's almost, and I think he says that she's from the planet Venus. And so that's like one of the first kind of archetypal like Nordic experiences. But you have, going back to the Theosophical and Anthroposophical kind of, root races and civilizations, you have this idea of the Hyperboreans or whatever, these sort of like conscientious towards the earth beings that were, part of some destroyed cycle. And they're the first root race, is the Hyperboreans. So it's hard to really trace like the kind of origin point of a lot of these things. I think they're archetypal in sort of a Jungian sense and exist across civilizations or across societies in the human psyche. Even like reptilians, you could really go back to like, ancient Hinduism and, battles in the sky or whatever. And then there are definitely modern instantiations. So it's really hard to kind of pinpoint. But yeah, where they were seated and are they being reinforced by culture? Clearly they're being reinforced by culture, but is there some objective reality to them too? Probably, I think it's like a lot of reality itself, where it's the interplay between kind of preconceived notions and thoughts, right, and then the thing itself. There's something like there's some middle path between extreme materialist reductionism and, we are a happy accident. You, Andre, are, just a bunch of atoms that bounced off of one another in a way that emerged into you. Like, that's crazy to me. But then the other side is like, everything is like drenched in meaning, and there's some middle path, and I don't quite know what the answer is, but
I was hoping you could enlighten us.
yeah.
Well, no, man, it's
One of your other guests who is far superior than I is like a spiritual thinker will be able to do that.
you are in a weight class of your own, man. I feel like you're crushing it. Your recall of information is absolutely astounding, and I just love how passionate you are about all of this too, man. It makes it so lively and engaging to talk about. Now, there's a couple different avenues here. There's one which is like sort of the Hoffman understanding of the headset analogy, how we do not see our brains through the cameras of our eyes, do not see reality in the way that we historically have thought neurologically. Rather, our brains are prediction machines. There's this great book, The Experience Machine by Andy Clark, who kind of elucidates this a bit. How our brains co-create reality. We literally predict and guess in our brains and then kind of meet halfway from the sensory input. And it's fascinating because there's this quote I think I saw in one of your videos about how the eyes only see what the mind is ready to comprehend.
Yes,
something like that.
Henri Bergson. Yeah.
And in many ways, perception, like we can only perceive certain things to a degree our nervous system will allow or make space for. And so from within the headset, the analogy of like our perception is very limited. Aldous Huxley's reducing valve analogy of our brain being able to kind of look through reality as if it's like through a straw. So we're not overwhelmed by the amount of energy and stimulus that's possibly available to us. There are countless millions of bits of information floating around us, very few of which we actually have conscious perception of in any given moment. So reality is way more vast than we can perceive in any given moment. We know that. And we also understand that this third dimensional reality that we are very plugged into and enchanted by is only one of many modes of reality. And so when you go into the subjective transpersonal experiences that people have, these noetic experiences of different alien beings, contact with the galactic federations and these blue tall beings and the gray beings and all these things, it kind of opens up this just exploration of communication through consciousness and psi phenomena that is not explored previously through the Newtonian model. So I know I just opened up a lot there, but when you've done your research and conversations with Diana, and you look at the sort of mapping of these angelic beings, what is your current understanding of potentially understanding extraterrestrial life through this sort of interdimensional lens?
Yeah. Oh, it's such a great question. So I think you just did an amazing interview with Kai Dickens. We both did interviews with her in the telepathy tapes. You have this phenomena of these nonverbal, often autistic children who are often disembodied. And so it's this interesting thing where because they're disembodied, if you think of the body as only adaptive, it's only going to give you more information by being in it, then they're at this crazy disadvantage. But if you think of the body as actually a prism or a compression function on a default state of greater omniscience, then you take your hands out of the machine, you take your head out of the virtual reality headset, and you know more. And with the leaving of one sense, you gain another. And Aldous Huxley, who talks about transmission theory of consciousness, a la William James, himself actually went blind at the end of his life and talks about this in this really, beautiful kind of articulate way. If you look at ancient mystery rituals, like the Eleusinian mystery rituals, so you have Socrates, if he existed, Plato, Aristotle, even Marcus Aurelius, going to Eleusis, this place northwest of Athens, to essentially drink this Kekion drink and experience this temporary death of the physical body. You would think that that wouldn't be valuable at all in the world where the body is the only way to gain productive information. But what they would always say is they experience, you use the word noetic, they experience noesis, which is the Greek, primordial knowledge of the soul. And so there's this idea where if you kill the physical, like if the body is a compression function on a default state of greater omniscience, if you temporarily suspend the senses and actually kill the body temporarily, are you given greater knowledge and greater access? And whether you're studying near-death experiences or, a lot of, people in like the early, like, Stargate program, psychic spy program, and like, which is the CIA studied psychic spies, which is pretty crazy, or just anecdotal information from Monroe or from, the telepathy tapes. The idea of being disembodied can actually be an advantage. And that really is a Platonic model of epistemology, because the senses in Plato's dialogues they're misleading. Like this world is elusive, but it's alluring rather. But it's really leading you, towards this false thing that you're seeing the shadow play, and actually going towards the light, which is true knowledge, is how you become sort of enlightened.
Which refers to reality as an illusion and a necessity, like to be able to have the experience of oneness, differentiating in self and other, to have the illusion of separation allows us to interact with each other in a sense. And then, but you're referring to when one's hardware, so to speak, is damaged, you get more easily access into the non-physical aspect of reality.
Exactly. And you can, a lot of, I'm sure the people you have on your show are like Rumi, through the wound comes the light. Well, what is the wound? It's like a wound on your physical body. Like, and that often is the case with people where they'll experience some trauma, and often it's literally embodied trauma. You could read like, what is it? The body keeps the score or whatever, and you end up with this embodied information, and that ends up, you fulfill your karmic cycle by like healing that thing. And so, I think our model of epistemology is probably backwards, and the body and the brain are not productive, they're reductive. One of my favorite Marshall McLuhan quotes is every media extension of man is an amputation. And it's this idea that like we are actually, when we, extend ourselves with Neuralink or virtual reality, we are porting ourselves into a lower level prism. And there's this idea of the fall of man, and our, if you do have any sort of soul state, maybe this itself is sort of technology, to go through the game of life and learn karma or whatever it is. Like, I don't know what the purpose of life is, but
that's just a really important note there, because you do see this sort of bifurcation of transhumanist agenda versus the humanist understanding the ancient intelligence, so to speak, as opposed to the artificial intelligence that is on the rise. That if that's true, that every media is an extension of man, is an amputation, then we are clearly societally moving down this route of AGI. And what does that mean about losing and atrophying these inherent telepathic, perhaps psi phenomena, just the technology of the human mind, once we're not using it,
Yes.
So it's just an interesting thing to be able to be aware of.
Yes. And I think it's a huge fallacy of Silicon Valley to say, you can't beat them, join them with the AI, and not realizing we might. It's this weird thing, especially with like Elon Musk, where it's a literal logical fallacy, because he says we're in a simulation now. So why wouldn't you think about who's simulating us? Like, who are the simulators? Like, you're dogmatically opposed to aliens apparently, but like you think we're in a simulation. And B, why would you try to port yourself into a lower level simulation? Like, that shouldn't be the logical conclusion. And I think if you do this interesting thought experiment too, where think about technology as a forcing function, where take the fusion example, where you have literally an H-bomb that could like destroy the world, and technological costs are reducing exponentially over time. So like eventually you're going to get into a society where maybe a kid from his bedroom can blow up the world. Like, that's crazy and scary. And then you also have controlled fusion and free energy or whatever. You have like dramatic reduction in energy costs and like a lot of abundance. So you have this inherent bizarre forcing function where almost inherently, like, you have to either become perfectly altruistic in your intention, and kind of, purify yourself and like go through every karmic thing you need to go through, or, things could go very badly with the kind of multiplying like tech force. And then it's this question of like, has that already been played out? Like, has that already been played out? And if we're not in base reality, maybe gaining access to the higher level Platonic realm or whatever is this like morality test or karmic test in what we're currently in, which you end up in these like weird sort of thought loops. But going back to your like core, the thing on, transmission theory of consciousness, I think comports far more with everyday phenomena when it comes to the brain than, I think modern neuroscientists would like to admit. Like, how many people experience like these weird flash intuitions where they just have a premonition that something's going to happen. They're going to get in touch with somebody who's been out of their life for a long time. Somebody's going to call them, and that just seems to happen over and over again. And I do think my hope is we're able to approach a physicalist model of consciousness that involves the transmission theory and non-local consciousness. And I think, if you'll indulge me, this is probably, going to be somewhat wrong, but like, you have Roger Penrose, who's a Nobel Prize winner, amazing physicist. He talks about, microtubules and orchestrated objective reduction. Well, he's asking this really important question in physics, which is, how does microscopic quantum reality, which is probabilistic in nature, why don't we see that? Why do we see macroscopic discrete reality? I see one Andre, I don't see a probability function of Andres. And it's a really important question, and most physicists would never dare to try to even broach that topic. But he wrote a couple of books on it, and he says that microtubules, which are part of the cytoskeleton of a lot of cells and neurons specifically, basically involve, like they are involved in wave function collapse. And they can maintain some sort of coherence, and then they decohere, and boom, you see reality. You see a kind of an eigenstate, like a specific state of reality. You don't see the wave function anymore. And I don't know if that is correct. I find it fascinating that if you shut the microtubules down with anesthesia, a body could be fully functioning, but just consciousness seems to turn off, which is why Penrose partnered with Stuart Hameroff, this anesthesiologist, on his theory. But let's just say that maybe something quantum is going in the brain. That might sound kind of woo-woo or new agey, but quantum biology is literally a burgeoning field. Like, we know photosynthesis and enzyme creation. We know that those things involve quantum effects. So we think of the body as warm, wet, and noisy, kind of sort of more akin to kind of decoherence and not maintaining quantum coherence. But that is over and over again getting proven wrong, And so, okay, so let's just assume maybe something quantum is happening in the brain, and that explains why we see kind of discrete macroscopic reality. If you talk to even certain scientists today who are working on quantum computers, in one interpretation, you have spooky action at a distance, so you have like obviously, entanglement with two photons like across vast, distances in a way that breaks the speed of light and freaked Einstein out. But you also have spooky action across time, where it seems like the measurement of photon B in the future is affecting the measurement of photon A in the past. So weird, right? So people who are now working on quantum computations have figured out that you can, and quantum computing just generally, have figured out that you can reverse qubits in quantum computations. And so they're now saying maybe in a working quantum computer, which we're not at yet, the chips are the main bottleneck, but, maybe we get to at some point, you could send information back in time in one interpretation of quantum mechanics. And so if you think about like the premonitions that people have and experience in their day-to-day life, maybe it's they're accessing their future knowledge state. And so like you can come up with these like interesting physicalist models of consciousness. And I think they're limited and wrong, but like,
It's fascinating. And I mean, it would hint at why maybe deja vu sort of happens in moments of diffused awareness where you're not really focused on anything in particular, and then you have a glimpse of premonition of this happening before or something. It also brings up notions of aliens being future humans, potentially.
Yes.
In a sort of analogous but different understanding, which we can get into. Yeah. That was fascinating, though. Yeah, I'm very curious to see what emerges in our understanding in the science and physics of this. Now, Was there anything just kind of going back onto the understanding of like the taxonomy of angels and like the seraphim and the sort of mapping of these angelic beings and how they could kind of, you know, track to the one of one?
Yes. Well, so like you have a lot of biblical stories where angels they're often more violent, or you don't want to be in their presence because it's overwhelming. There's literally, so you mentioned St. Thomas Aquinas. He had a whole taxonomy of, you know, angels, and he based a lot of his stuff off of this Syrian Neoplatonist named Iamblichus. And he would write on the mysteries, but he also had this whole kind of, you know, angel hierarchy. And you can literally read, like, you can create like a table out of like his angel hierarchy, and it's, you know, stuff that looks like seraphim and cherubim and that sort of thing. And then one of them, like literally the attribute is like irradiated light. And you're like, that looks like electromagnetic radiation. And it looks like some of the stuff that Gary Nolan, again, the Stanford professor, says that the CIA came knocking at his door, I think in like the mid 2010s, like 2015. And they were like, we have all these UFO experiencers and they've experienced all these weird effects. And it was bucketed in with some people experiencing Havana syndrome, which we now know probably come from these like microwave weapons. But basically a lot, you know, if you take, you know, that at face value, he's looking at a lot of UFO experiencers and they're experiencing literal radiation burns. And then you see kind of analogs to that in ancient history, which is fascinating. You can literally watch Close Encounters of the Third Kind and you see the main character's face. You see him sunburned. You see this literal you know, like as if like the UFO emitted this like electromagnetic radiation. And so it's like, who is giving Steven Spielberg the information, you know, in the 80s about this sort of stuff? And you see actually crates in Close Encounters, one that says, I think, Skunk Works, and another that says TRW. And those are the two like most classified programs associated with Lockheed and Northrop. So pretty fascinating. And now he's, of course, coming out next year with, or this year rather, with Disclosure Day, which is, you know, very anticipated. So yeah, anyways, going back to your question, I think the angels thing is, it is instructive and it is interesting. And you even have a guy named Chris Bledsoe, who's this UFO super experiencer in North Carolina, who's actually friends with one of your past guests, rest in peace, Robert Gilbert, because they were going back and forth on a lot of the symbolism that Chris Bledsoe was receiving through his transmissions, through his alien interactions. And some of them seem to maybe comport with Rosicrucian symbols and stuff. And like, you know, this gets into territory that like, I don't know what to make of a lot of this stuff. But he said, so this is crazy. When he started to experience a lot of these UFOs showing up, you know, around his house and stuff, a guy showed up at his front door. And we now know that guy to be this guy named Hal Povenmire, who we know is this senior scientist at NASA. He's worked at NASA for years. And he, I guess, like towards the end of his life on his deathbed, he told the family, you know, he was both CIA and NASA. And he would say things to Bledsoe, which again, like maybe don't take at face value. Some of these people are coming in from the intel world, you know, I don't know. But they would say, he would say like, don't get close to the angel beings. You know, they're emitting like megavolts of electricity. Like it's really dangerous. And so then you're like, what the hell? Like, you have people at NASA who are like studying angels and demons. Like, it's really weird.
Yeah.
Like, do they have a taxonomy? Do they have like megavolt ranges that they associate? I don't know, you know?
It's fascinating what, how memory and past prior experience colors perception, and how 2,000 years ago, the experience of these beings might have been depicted in a way because we had a certain sort of typography or like sort of framework for what they would be or look like, versus now. And I'm just curious how you think that maybe colors, like if these are, I find it always suspicious that alien extraterrestrial beings would essentially look like somewhat augmented human beings.
Yeah.
It's like, we can't get much more creative than that, right? But perhaps that is the form they look like to us in this dimensional timescape, you know, because that's what we can perceive, feel comfortable with. And in reality, an interdimensional being doesn't take form in any sort of shape that would be resembling like a physical biology to us.
Yeah, no, totally. It's a great question, and I think you're touching on like not only is it unlikely, it's literally statistically unlikely that they would be bipedal, upright, hominid-looking beings. If you think about it, you have in the Milky Way galaxy like estimated 20 billion Earth-like planets. So that's what people always cite. They're always like, but there are 20 billion Earth-like planets, so they would look like us. And then you take a step back and you go, okay, but there are like over a trillion likely non-Earth-like planets. So the likelihood of evolutionary convergence to this bipedal hominid upright, creature, which by the way is somewhat rare on Earth, is just extremely slim in an environment that, Earth, like we're saying generously, like doesn't have the same, gravity as us, doesn't have the same weather, doesn't have the same, levels of, nitrogen in the air or whatever. Like it's really unlikely that they look like not only us, but they look like what a conventional evolutionary biologist would say humans look like in the future. And so this is where it gets really crazy. There are these concepts in evolutionary biology, neoteny or paedomorphosis, and it's this idea that basically your current children will look like your future offspring as a species. So the like larval or childlike, features in your species will get retained over long periods of time. And that literally also occurs with domesticated species. And if you think about like what a dog is to a wolf, that is probably what a future human is to a current human, just based on pure natural selection. I mean, testosterone's falling off a cliff. I'm not trying to advertise for the manosphere here, but like these are stats, right? Like testosterone's falling off a cliff, sperm counts falling off a cliff, and like we just don't need to use our bodies like we used to. Like we're at this weird like high leverage like software point in the world where like like you just like use AI to like get a lot done, and so like we're not hunter gathering anymore, and so like our noses are becoming vestigial, our ears are becoming vestigial. Gray aliens have small noses and they have small ears. Our eyes are becoming more important and adaptive. Like people need more macular and ocular support than they ever have because screen time is at an all-time high. Well, guess what? These gray aliens have like eyes that seem like they wrap around their heads and like are slit-like or whatever, where they seem more important. Obviously, your prefrontal cortex and decision-making is going to be more important. If there is anything to any of this ESP, psi stuff, like telepathy or like just call it intuition, if you're more of a materialist reductionist, that's going to be selected for. And so you're going to develop these, a larger prefrontal cortex and like more of those sorts of, powers as well. And not only that, but if you look at a lot of abduction cases, over 50% of them involve hominid-like beings. So again, the likelihood of that being the case, if they're not like probably related to humans, like is really low. And then often they're friendly. I think 85% of that 52% are friendly. So it's like you would show a care for your former self, or for, your former, it doesn't have to be you from the future. It can be like, your species or whatever. And if you think about like North Sentinel Island or a super remote pygmy tribe. So like North Sentinel Island is this island off the coast of India. And they've basically like, they don't know the rest of the world exists. Like they exist like literally on a complete island. They're protected. They have protected status under the Indian government. A couple of missionaries tried to go there in the early 20th century and they got like shot with arrows. And for all we know, North Sentinelese have like a myth of aliens encountering them, right? Where they're like talking about like these missionaries, like, they were pale and they looked like us, but not fully like us, and they might think that they're from some other star system, but Occam's razor, the easiest, shortest path explanation is definitely that they're related to you. If they look like you and they're showing up in proximity to you, they show a care about your survival. In certain cases when the gamete collection occurs with these abduction cases, so, Barney Hill, which we talked about, he reluctantly, is very embarrassing to admit, because this was the 60s and this was a very repressed version of America. He admitted that, semen samples were taken from him. And so then you get into these weird speculation about, like, are we in this, like, intergenerational breeding program? Because sometimes the communications between the beings and the humans are like, we experienced a nuclear holocaust and we need to renew our biodiversity, or, things aren't looking great on our planet. And so,
which tracks to ancient civilization theories about Nibiru and extraterrestrial intervention to the human species and all that.
Totally.
Which is, there's so many fascinating rabbit holes to go down, it's like.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's interesting.
It is. And who knows what is going on? It's hard to say, but it seems like these beings have more access to a time agnostic version of reality, because there's always missing time in these cases. The crafts seem more like almost time machines than they do like vehicles that take you off Earth. And if you think about it, you would need some sort of space-time metric. If you do take the, speed of light as like the ultimate like speed limit for the universe, you would need some sort of basically space-time engineering going on. So you would need time travel in order to get like interstellar space travel. So I think it is sort of this false dichotomy. But yeah, you seem to have these ascended versions of humans with like total 360 control over reality. But there's almost like in Star Trek, you have pre-warp drive civilizations and you have warp drive civilizations. They're like technologically advanced, but they can't interfere. There's something called the Prime Directive, where you can't interfere with pre-warp drive civilizations. So it's like they only can do minimal interference with people. And people experience taking chemical rinses after they like leave the craft, or like as they're leaving the craft, so that they don't contaminate society with the like alien pathogens or whatever. It's very strange. I don't know what is going on, but it's kind of like what you would think of, like if if it's like you take this zoological or anthropological model, or you watch a show like Chimp Nation or whatever, where which like Rogan loves to cite, where you're peering in and you're kind of trying to blend in and you're not really trying to interfere, but you also don't really care that much if you get seen. And then maybe you want to like tag the animals with a certain thing and like study a thing. That seems like what's happening with us. And they don't seem to care about human hierarchies and status. Like I did just interview the president of a Russian republic who was taken aboard a UFO while he was sitting president. But that's, an outlier. And then he says he has some other presidents who like won't go public of nations, which is crazy. But that's the exception to the rule. Usually it's like average people. And usually you're left asking, well, why Betty and Barney Hill? Or why, they're just normal people. So it's very confusing, but it's very interesting too.
So what do you make of the sort of recurring themes that you see when people take DMT through holotropic breath work, out-of-body experiences? There seems to be a doorway where the valve, so to speak, opens up and you have access to more of these contact with these beings a lot of people have experiences of. Why would that, if it would, in your understanding, open up to more of these experiences? It's
a great question. So I think if we are living in an adaptive low-level version of reality, simulation or the Don Hoffman thing, something like that. And I hate the word simulation because it has this postmodern nihilistic context. And I think in the Platonic context, it's very empowering and it makes your life extremely important. Yeah. It doesn't make it like, oh, play Grand Theft Auto. It makes it like this like sacred thing. So with that caveat, I do think there's something participatory about whatever's going on here. So if you are in this, call it a matrix, how would you break out of the matrix? Well, there'd be two ways. One would be high energy physics. So it would be the reckless way. Particle accelerators, nuclear blasts, and high voltage experimentation of Tesla, Townsend Brown, both of whom literally said they spoke to aliens. Marconi also said he spoke to aliens. So like the people, who are doing these high voltage experiments, like literally saying that, they experience these, kind of otherworldly communications. So you're literally breaking reality in those cases, in the case of high energy physics. Like, when you get to Planck scale energy, which we're not at with like, nuclear blasts necessarily, but are you bending the fabric of space-time itself? Are you creating little black holes? Like, you know, I think they say it's like 10 to the 9th megatons of TNT and you can create little black holes. I think the Tsar bomb is like not there yet, but it's like we might be messing with the literal root fabric of reality with these sorts of experiments in ways that are extremely reckless. Where if you're like managing this whole system, you're going to be like, stop, like, what are you doing? And you're going to monitor that stuff, a la UFOs showing up around nuclear sites. Now, you talked about DMT and consciousness. What would be the other way out of the simulation? It would be like the way that you were meant to ascend through the simulation. And that would be more of like you're, you know, running in these karmic whirlpools and you're like following this sort of life path. And, you know, maybe within those you experience, you know, these sort of transcendent experiences. And that would involve like, you know, DMT gets released, you know, at death and at these kind of like primordial occasions. And so there are probably moments in life where it's adaptive, even in your life, to like take the headset off and to see reality for what it is. And even in the Platonic sense, you always glimpse the light, but you can never stay there. Like it'll literally eviscerate you. And so I think a lot of religions, like the esoteric versions of religions, actually normalize into this kind of Kabbalistic Merkaba, and I'd definitely be considered some sort of heretic in saying this. And there are all sorts of people who know like way more about religion than me, but I would say a lot of religion kind of describes, I think, this ascendance path. And
you
so
look back through the Gnostic origins of almost every religion, there is a lot more convergence across the board until like a lot of the dogmatic additions on top of it came.
I agree. And I think a lot of, whether it's Ezekiel or I think Jesus experienced this in the book of Acts, or Enoch, which, you know, maybe is apocryphal. Like I'll let the historians debate about that. In Enoch's case, he literally transforms into an angel. Speaking of, you know, NHI being this aspirational thing, if they are real. But, you know, in all those cases, they seem to walk with or commune with God and go up on some sort of vessel or chariot. I guess, you know, the Jesus translation is a cloud. It's a chariot in the case of Ezekiel. But yeah, we were talking earlier about the varieties of religious experience. And if you have like people who want a Gnostic, like a knowing of God, like they need the experience, you know, like Thomas the doubter, the doubter in many cases, you know, would be the archetypal, like you actually need to experience God firsthand. Those sorts of, you know, people would, and in that interpretation, Jesus might not be, you know, some sort of exceptional, you know, extremely, you know, like a one-of-one case that happened to live 2,000 years ago, but like in a state that someone can sort of ascend to. And yeah, then you get into like a lot of these stories, and you have, you know, in Hebrew, you know, Merkabah, you have the 7 Hechelot or 7 palaces. You know, in Egypt, you have the Arit. You know, in Sumeria, you have the Ziggurat. In Rosicrucianism, you have 7 levels where you have to discard, you know, part of what you're wearing or whatever at every level. There's always like a gift. And you have, you know, Thomas Merton, you know, the 7-story mountain, and you have this weird recurrence of like 7. And, you know, Islam, you have 7 levels of heaven and I think 7 levels of earth or something. And so maybe you could normalize the religions into. There's a really great book by a guy named Peter Levenda, and it's about these kind of prototypical kind of or archetypal kind of Kabbalistic experiences underpinning a lot of these more esoteric forms of religion. And so that would be how you would connect like the DMT experiences, I think, with the you know, the high energy physics, because this is like a reckless way where you're like a child and you're like playing with something you're not supposed to, and they're like taking the matches out of your hand or whatever. And then this thing is like, you know, maybe it's not for anybody, not for everybody. In fact, there's in the parable of the parties, which is, you know, the Kabbalistic tradition, there's something like, 4 rabbis are trying to ascend, up and walk with God. And like, I want to say like 2 go crazy, 1 die, and 1 makes it or something. And it's this straight and narrow path. And actually at the end of St. Francis of Assisi's life, he writes 1 letter in the Greek alphabet in his diary, and it's the letter tau. And Diana Pasulka says that tau signified conversion to Christianity, but it wasn't. It was like a forced conversion. It was like he was forced to walk the straight and narrow. And if you think about Jesus, in the garden, like, his fate was his fate, and but he didn't want to accept his fate. He was really afraid and reluctant in many ways. And so I think, there is a way in which all of this stuff, if you do like widen your aperture, you expose yourself to stuff that can burn you and can set you down the wrong path. And if you can walk that straight and narrow, I think you can ascend into like a really cool state of consciousness. And what that is, I don't know, it's like impossible to like talk about a lot of this stuff, but
yeah. Man, it's fascinating. I know you've had a couple interesting experiences yourself, right?
Yeah, I have. Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to talk? I can tell you about them.
Yeah, I'd be curious. And also like what the aftermath of processing that is, because I know you're somebody who, clearly has a love for exploring all these alternative theories, but then also stays very grounded and just open-minded in regards to it all. So yeah, what happened?
Yeah. It's kind of also why I'm here today talking to you, because like I would probably still be like investing in startups, and this would be this like compartmentalized.
These were like the origins for you to kind of take this line of work way more seriously.
100%. Yeah, because it became like a Gnostic. And I think if you speak to a lot of UFO researchers, a lot of them try to stay really impartial and be like, oh yeah, I did see that one thing. And then you like, you have a drink with them or something, and they're like, okay, like I just want to know what I saw, and then you realize that like their work is like this autobiographical, which again, I think it's just impossible to parse, and it's better to be honest about that.
Cool.
So definitely was a reinforcer as far as trying to figure out what was going on here in, right when the pandemic hit, actually, in, I think it was 2020. I had 2 pretty crazy experiences.
You were doing what at the time?
I was investing in startups at a family office, just like in a prosaic like tech venture job or whatever. And part of the job was looping in. We had a speaker series, and I would like loop in interesting thinkers. And so I was exploring some topics around, this sort of stuff back then. But I don't know. I always thought it would be like a funny sort of joke or something. Like it was, I don't know, it was not a funny joke, but like this compartmentalized part of my life that like, I grew up and my dad was interested in Rudolf Steiner, and like he was always interested in like kind of alternative philosophy. And so like I always had that growing up, but like.
And his godfather is Rob Sterling, right?
Yeah. So this is a really trippy synchronicity. Is his godfather exactly literally made the seminal UFO documentary in 1974, and I didn't even know that until getting into the UFO stuff. It's just such a bizarre synchronicity. And now I'm like, what did he tell you about UFOs? And like, my dad's not super into UFOs, so he's like, he was really into them, so that's wild, right? But yeah, it was always this kind of like curiosity, this novel curiosity, and then I think it was in 2020, it was like right when the pandemic hit, I had a couple of experiences. One was I was walking in Laurel Canyon, and I was with this woman who I just met, and it was kind of, I don't know, we were mostly friends, but it was kind of romantic as well. And she was super cool and like interested in like out there subjects. And so we were on a long walk in Laurel Canyon, and she was like, I'm really into aliens, like, and then I was joking. She was like, are you an alien? I was like, I'm super into aliens. And then I was like, I want to meet an alien. That's what I said. And then she goes, it'll happen when you stop looking for them. And I'm like, what? This is crazy. And then as we're having this conversation, we walk by a guy with a metal detector. and he's looking for something. It's like sunset, and we're like, I've never seen a guy with a metal detector in Laurel Canyon. It doesn't make sense. You know, we're in Topanga right now. It's like, why is somebody on the street with a metal detector? It doesn't make sense. You know, those are two very similar neighborhoods in LA, just residential. And so there's something symbolic about him looking for a thing. And then like, you know, and just while she says that, and I don't even think I would have remembered that, obviously, if what was about to happen next didn't happen. But, you know, some amount of time goes by, you know, I want to say it's like a minute or two or something. And then we are like basically under this like clearing where, you know, there's a lot of trees overhead and there's this like clearing, and I see a UFO that looks like this kind of like a school bus shaped thing. Doesn't look at all like a saucer, a Tic Tac, any of the stuff you're used to hearing about. And no visible propulsion. It's like this gray metallic thing. Maybe it's somewhat cigar shaped or Tic Tac shaped, but I really thought of it as more kind of rectangle, like, you know, kind of hard angles. And I remember just looking up and being like, what the fuck is that? And it like just went overhead. And then she said she saw it like descend into the treetops, but I didn't see that. And I don't know. I mean, she's like still like, you know, I think she lives in like Bali now, and like we talk about it occasionally. And she's like, yeah, that was the weirdest experience ever. And and it's just so strange. And so that experience, and then I was doing holotropic.
Wait, so real quick on that.
Yeah.
Can I just fly past the?
Yeah.
I wonder if Miss Frizzle was driving it, by the way. What how many feet away from you? Like how?
Not high. So like 50-ish, 60-ish feet, like right above the treetops.
Okay, and it was. You felt it was physical, or was it like made of light, or what was it?
It felt like physical to me. It felt really physical to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Flying, no noise coming from it.
No noise coming from it. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I don't know what to make of it. I literally have, you know, and it was definitely at a time, I feel, during the pandemic where the world was opening up to, like, I do feel like the world has gotten weirder since then. I think that's the safe thing to say.
I think people are realizing how weird it is, how weird the world is.
Yes. Yeah, the epistemics are catching up to the reality.
Right.
But that for me was like this big awakening time. And I think for a lot of people, it's a forcing function of, it's kind of this like grow or die moment of like, get your shit together and like do what you're supposed to do in life, or like waste away and, you know, kind of repress it forever. And that experience felt like deeply meaningful along those lines. And especially as far as like me moving from a more kind of like hard charging finance, trying to make money, trying to like, you know, being in this like sharp elbowed world of like, I need to invest in the next $1 billion thing, and, you know, into like what's going on in reality, and like, you know, going on this kind of Gnostic quest. And it definitely felt like it redirected me somehow. And I'd be like lying if I were to say it didn't. And then it also feels like this, it's such a, you know, especially if you don't have, and I didn't like, it wasn't really long enough for me to record it. I also remember at the time I didn't have a show, and like, I remember thinking in my head, like, this is sacred. And like, and I know it sounds ridiculous for somebody that now has a show, you know, and it's fair to, you know, sort of critique, you know, in retrospect, I wish I had. But yeah, it felt like deeply kind of meaningful. But then the meaning also feels like hard to unpack, where, you know, meaningful in that, like, it, you know, I think I know there's a there because I've experienced something firsthand, or at least as part of my path. But as to what it is, like, you know, it's not like I was given this download of semantic information alongside it.
Yeah, I think that.
Hey guys, hope you're enjoying the stream. We are listening to Know Thyself podcast featuring Jesse Michaels of American Alchemy. Be sure to check out both of these channels. And we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to get some water and we shall continue. We'll see if Craft is on. We may switch games. Yeah. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Hope you're having a good weekend. We'll be back in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. HeadshotH4rry is a zombie cat production. Shout out to Toxic. I'm gonna go smoke, Anubis. I'll be back. Gotta warm up my coffee, too. We are about to come back.
But is anyone left out? I think so. Well, that's our guest list. Now, invitations. Should we write? Dear Alice, would you like to come to a party at my house Saturday, March 24th at 8 p.m. and so on? Well, I thought we were right. This is just an informal party. Let's just phone everyone.
We're coming back.
Next business, refreshments. We have to feed the men. And the girls, too. Especially you. Gee, thanks. The show.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension. A dimension of sound. A dimension of sight. A dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Oh, that looks beautiful.
Hello, you job tuckers. Welcome back to the greatest stream this side of the Rio Grande. It's HeadshotH4rry, and you can dig it.
Who's that Pokemon? It's Bigfoot's dick!
Oh, would you look at this? Would you look at that?
Hey, folks. Folks. You're all folks. Happy birthday. Welcome back to the stream. HeadshotH4rry. Yo. We're going to switch it up. We're going to see if any of the boys are on. I need just a little change of pace. We started off with the craft, and now we're going to go summon our boy craft just by playing. Nah, he said he'll hit me up. He'll be on, but we're going to go warm up. We'll just play a random solo queue, and whatever happens, happens. Let's put it that way. The finals. Yeah. We like the finals, but I'm not playing the finals until they reverse their weird terms of service for their voice chat. 'Cause it's weird, man. It's weird. I think League of Legends does an okay job at moderating their voice chat or even just team chat, but even they stick their toe over that line for sure. So basically, the finals, their new terms of service for using voice chat, basically it like records your voice so that they can review it later if they need to. And I'm just like, that's really insane. Like you're a video game. But there's good games out there in any direction you look, so you don't have to play your game. And that's that. I should probably click on somebody. I don't know if I've ever banned Lilia before. Oh, you know I have. When she was crazy. Lilia Jungle at one point was so crazy I had to tweet at Riot and be like, yo, this shit is insane. I think I really did say that. I was like, this shit is insane. Alright, we got our pick picked. We're gonna switch order. We look bursty, bro. Who would be good with burst? Callista? This could be my dream scenario. Actually, Ashe would be good. Ashe would be real good. Ashe would be great. I'm going Ashe. No!
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
Ah, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Thank you, Jinx. Kick me while I'm down, why don't you? And we got back to first pick. Things are going well. Let's do a real ban this time.
Greatest enemy.
Yo, shout out to frickin' support and top for switching so I can get last pick. Oh my gosh, dude,
No,
please, right.
God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
If you don't put me at last pick, I've managed to somehow miraculously, on the whim of my gracious teammates, gotten last pick by swapping, and they succumbed to my requests 2 times in a row. Do you really think I can do that 3 times in a row? Right, throw me a bone here. The least you could do is stick me at last pick. Nope. Let's see here. Let's do a real ban.
Is the greatest enemy.
Support's gonna switch with me because they've been switching this whole time. And they're cool like that. They got to like that. They got to like that. Oh, they picked Ash. Wow. Ash, Jax, Lux, Galio. Now I'm confused. I got support Lilia. Thank you, Riot, for cursing me. This is now I'm gonna dodge. Alright, look, if they're going to support Lilia, this is the only thing that makes sense.
You want style? You found it.
Disco Samira starts now. I don't even know if I have her on here. Nope, I sure don't. But we do have her here. Put on your bell bottoms and your platform shoes. It's time to hit the disco.
I could go for a twirl. Yep, that tasted purple.
We got 1.25 milli against a decent Ash. She's gonna try to crowd me. She's got strong start. I don't think this Lilia knows what they're doing.
Keep up, don't step up. I don't have time.
Let's try to be optimistic.
You know that I'm the cream of the crop.
Let it rain. Let it rain.
Only need one eye to hit my minions has fallen. Life's simple. Take the shot or lose the chance.
Get her ass. Get her ass. Oh, come on. You knew that was coming. Oh, yeah. So I think Lilia does have somewhat of a knockout. We're going to put this to the test.
Growing up, my mama taught me one
It's a crazy skin.
Death isn't the scariest thing. It's a mother's word.
Thank you, Lux. Always a pal.
Now you want to get some? Come on.
Let's get this.
I actually got W second for these stupid idiots.
Don't mess with me.
You don't have flash, you idiot. I'll get boots and I'll feel a lot better.
danger runs from me.
Gotcha, bitch!
Done and dusted.
Textbook. No, that guy got ganked hard. I was like debating whether to give it to the jungle.
Push my limits, I dare you.
At least we showed Ash what's up and we set her back, so I feel better about everything, really. I mean, she could come back, I guess. Oh, nice read. But, it's a Project Ash, you know?
Why not both?
It's a cool looking skin from this angle. Wait, why does it look so different? What the hell? Did they update that skin, or is that like a mythic variant or something? A chroma version that doesn't suck? I think Ash is getting a new skin too, which is something we don't need. Yo, Craft, I freaking knew. I said it on stream that I was gonna summon you. And I was gonna do it by playing some League. As soon as I started playing League, here comes Craft out of the woodwork.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Did you ever know that you're my... Oh, he got him. He got away, dude. I can't believe it. The volleyball got away. Lilia support. I'm glad that you say the exact same thing that I do. As soon as this game started, I said we're going to lose. But the way that they're playing makes me think that they know what they're doing. Even the guy on our team was like, Lilia support, is it good? So it's the controversial pick of the game right now. But
hello, my lover.
Got Crab, so what are you gonna do? Oh my god!
Arrowed! Oh my god!
Got her.
Hope I get some blood on these boots. The colors of the world. The last thing you saw was me.
Oh, you better relish in it, Lux, because when I get sick... Oh, she got 6. No.
You freaking bricks!
Lux, you better count your days, because they're numbered.
And sure, someday.
Hey, look at this skin, though, for real.
But till then, I'm unstoppable.
This is the skin. Yeah.
Flawless.
Dude, this stream rocks, dude. How do you lock on camera lock on other players? So F1, 2, and 3, and 5.
They are wrong.
You just hold them down, but F1 through 5. It seems that I still have some things to teach you, Craft. it seems like we can both learn. Oh, shit. What do you want me to do? I'm still 5, but so is this Ash.
Money buys a gun or two. Thrill buys a reputation.
Killing spree.
I'm a gamer.
I'm the rose that survived the desert.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god!
No way, dude.
You freaking pricks!
Lux really has it up for me. I'm staying. That's a nice little move there. Dude, Lilia may know what they're doing, after all.
You're dead weight.
I'm just gonna buy this. Okay.
She don't give an F about nothing.
Born in Shurima, raised by nonsense. Maybe I'll die in Demacia to make things interesting.
An ally has been slain.
Dude, what are you doing?
That person I loved thought I was too reckless. Their loss.
You know, the thing about Ash is my playtime with Ash. I know her every move.
Well-behaved women don't make it in Noxus.
I just had a stranger escape reality.
Always bet on me.
Interesting reaction. Or interaction, rather. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know. She knows.
I don't work. I stay.
Dude. Oh my gosh. Craft, dude. I need you so bad.
Guys, gals, and other pals.
I can't take this.
Samira's back.
This is hurting me, my brain.
Rampage.
We got this, though. I believe. It's not too far away, you know? Like, we got a 4-0 Mordekaiser. Like, we're not doing too bad. At least I'm 2 on the board. Just this Lilia. I don't think they're
Nothing more lethal than comfort.
who they say they are. Got a false actor.
I'm not built to win. I'm built to conquer. My folks keep telling me to settle down. No,
An enemy is unstoppable.
I care most about my job or my fun, or the change, depending on who gets on my knee. I never go out of style.
Was that me?
I am the beauty and the beast.
Dude, this left keeps landing. It's fucking crazy.
Alive when I'm walking the line.
Ally has been slain. Unstoppable. An enemy is dominating. An enemy has been slain.
Sometimes I'm the hero, other times I'm the villain. It's all a matter of perspective. In every girl, there is a queen. Indari was a great captain. She
Yeah,
taught
change
me
up her
how to
build.
shoot. I taught myself how to kill.
We're not in bad shape. Like, yeah, we're behind. Ash is 7 up, but we're not too far behind. Asscraft. We've been back from way worse.
Virtues? I've got a few. Vices? A few more.
Asscraft. We're always behind. We do, okay?
An enemy has been slain.
Look at you. Only need one eye to hit my mark. Life's simple. Take the shot or lose the chance.
I'm going to go hide.
Dude.
You know
that was
that I'm the cream
what I like
of
to
the
see.
crop.
Absolute freaking chaos, dude. Did Harry have to go back in? Well, I had no choice. No, Taz. It's necessary. Come on, Taz. Come on, Taz.
To celebrate the occasion.
Gotcha, bitch!
Ally has been slain.
Not sorry.
Shut down.
God bless everybody. God bless everybody. Oh God, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. No! $7.50. Look at this. Here's our cleanup. Go, go, go. Gotcha.
Gotcha, bitch!
Hello, my lover.
And we got Last Whisper. Alright, alright. These guys know what's up. Everyone sees what's happening. Turn of the tide. We caught up with Ash. She's no longer that much of a threat. However, this 5-0 Mordekaiser is looking real nasty. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Danger runs from me. Some choose steel, others bullets. Why not both?
Let's go. Let's get this. Oh God.
Dominating.
Should I just keep pushing? This is a good sign. Because right now it's even as far as I'm concerned, but it's about to not be even. We're about to swing the other way right now. I'm gonna use this time to ward. Like good people. Now, I don't think I'll be able to take this whole thing. Someone's gonna be coming from top.
Enemy killing spree.
Eventually. Did I say eventually? I mean, eventually. Oh God, I see him coming. Dude, I know I could pentakill them. I could see it. I see a path. The only obstacle is Jax. Malphite's ult, sure. Sure. We can pepper him down though. Once he does his ult, like I see the path. Woo! It's gonna happen. We're 8 and 8. We're dead. Dead even. Come on, I can't spawn quick enough.
People always ask about my weapons. Shut down. Right
Hold on to your butts.
Left hand thorn. Vanquish on the back? Simple as that.
Hold on to your butts.
If they think I kill for fame and
enemy
fortune,
has been slain.
they're idiots. Just
No! More, no. Surprise, bitch! Jedi Master, son. Don't fuck with the Jedi
I fight on my terms.
You got saved. I was coming for that ass, Larry. I was coming for that ass.
I ain't scared of you motherfuckers.
Guns and swords go together like rice
That's
and
how you play Samira. Recognize.
Ah, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Oh,
1325. I'm going straight for Infinity Edge, dude. He don't give an F.
He don't give an F about nothing.
The tide has turned, folks. It's time to put on a show for the folks here at YouTube.
An ally has been slain.
I'm bored.
An enemy has been slain.
Come on, Morg. It's gonna be you and me versus the world, kid.
An enemy is unstoppable.
I see you.
Unstoppable. I like it. It's got a nice ring
I'm
to
the
it.
rose that survived the desert.
So does my.
This took years of practice for everyone else.
I'm gonna chill and spawn until I can get this. That's right.
Hold on to your butts. Hold on to your butts. Hold on to your butts.
An ally has been slain.
All right, kids.
Thought I was too rich.
It's Harry time.
They lost.
It's time to pentakill.
Hold on to your butts.
Well-behaved women don't have
Come on.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Fight me.
I don't work. I slay.
Fight me! Fight me!
I see you.
Woo! The whistle go woo!
Ah, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Alright, folks, ladies and gentlemen. I need to drink some water before I start beatboxing.
You know that I'm the cream of the crop.
I know I could penta. I freaking know I could penta. I feel it. The way I sync Jax is how I know. I sync Jax right now. Jax is my... Whoops. Oh, come on. I just wanted to have a little fun.
Ah, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Oh, Guardian Angel. Welcome. Welcome, you glorious beast. Will you guys stop being bad? I'm gonna build a Mortal Shield bow because he don't give an F about nothing. But I am so good to fight right now. Mid turret's gone. It's fine.
Your turret has been destroyed.
My folks keep telling me to settle down. Not my style.
They're gonna need Baron.
I never go out of style.
I'm gonna do what I call flashing. I'm gonna flash bot to make them think I'm pushing bot. So on their mini map I show up so it looks like I'm pushing. So it separates their defense, sends someone over here. Hopefully. Oh, Volibear's not in on the... Volibear wants to push. Volibear, if you have my protection, I will stay and I will push. Like a woman in...
An ally has been slain.
Like a woman... I was gonna say... I was gonna say in heat, but that's incorrect terminology. Because you would be birthing at that point. In this analogy.
I am the beauty and the beast.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
I feel most alive when I'm walking the
Shut
line.
down. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Ace.
This is a crazy game. That was a good push by them, but like... They're gonna have to backdoor or something. I don't know. I don't... Or did you? I don't... Is he gonna backdoor? I don't...
Virtues? I've got a few. Vices? A few more.
Gotcha, bitch!
What is he doing? So they only get like 1 or 2 tries at that before like it fucks up. So our things are gonna respawn and then like, I don't know. It all kind of resets, is what I'm saying. I just need 60 gold for this. I need it. I need it.
Live fast, die young.
Darius, swing.
An ally has been slain.
My mark.
An ally has been
Lose the chance.
Maybe I'll get a tattoo to celebrate the occasion.
Has been destroyed.
My turret!
Your inhibitor is respawned.
You know that I'm the cream of the crop.
Rest. That label is where I draw my strength.
Hold on to your butt.
Powers you do not comprehend.
Danger runs from me. Some choose steel, others bullets. Why not both? Done and dusted. You look promising.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Rampage.
Morg?
The Empire values strength, I value style. We're good partners.
We got a nice little wave here. Let's wave from the shores
I'll be average when I can be sudden.
as we send their casket.
Hope I get some blood on these boots. The color's a bit dark.
Oh, we got this.
The last thing you The ascendant thinks over. We are wrong.
Oh, would you look at this? Yeah, well. Would you look at that?
Yeah,
I've done all I can do with League today. I'm having a heart attack. My heart's racing. My heart's racing. 20 and 12. Not bad. Dude, that was a rough start. But respect to the Ash. I'm going to add them and see if they add me. So they're called Drum Eat Sleep. All right. So this Lux is really good. I'm going to add them too. And I'm just going to tell them that they're hella good. I've never been snared so many times by Lux before. And I'm being really honest. I usually never get snared. But this person, like, I found the one person that could read me. That can read my movements in the game, you know? Just perfectly. So, respect to the enemy team. If I had more honor to pass out, I would honor the enemy bot lane. Because they're really good. No cap. So, I just need a minute. I need to drink some water. League is hard, man. League is hard. These wins aren't easy. Even at this rank. Everyone's trying to climb. Get out of bronze, dude. That means you're going to be playing with everyone. I need a sec.
Well, hello there. Over the last few months, you've proven just how much you adore me. And I assure you, the feeling's mutual. Keep trying on new forms and chasing whatever inspires you, no matter where it leads. You fabulous little creatures.
Oh, would you look at this? Yeah, well. Would you look at that? Yeah,
hey, folks. Hello, everybody. Wow, what a game. What a game. Welcome to the stream, Craft. Craft, what's up, buddy? Don't mind me. I am getting up chat again. Crap, give me just a second. Let me refill my water and then we'll start up. I'm gonna run this real quick. I need water bad. I keep forgetting. Be right back.
Would you look at this? Yeah, well. Would you look at that? Yeah,
Oh, yeah. Life is good when we don't have to worry about a Yi.
Doubt is the greatest enemy.
Support Braum. Wow, Craft. Good pick, dude. That can only mean one thing. Hey, believe. I'm gonna make you a believer. Alright? Anyone watching at home, buckle up. Buttercup. Craft and Callista. I hope my runes are up to date. Good luck, have fun, everyone.
Go for a twirl. Yup. That tasted purple.
Thank you, Lulu. I don't know why it's taking so long to
How do you like
switch
my
over.
guns? Shock and ah.
Okay. It's pretty even, I'd say, for the most part. Smolder Jacks. He's got a Japanese name, so... Or it might be... Chinese characters. Which both languages use, so... Get off of me!
Where were you on that one, dipshit?
Alright.
The blood of kith and kin stains their hands. The oath has been taken. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. We are set in motion.
Dude, loading out with Callista is a task, bro.
Minions have spawned.
I can never get out in time. Because I have to do the ritual, you know? but now we are bound. Let's claim Bush, dude. People have been playing Bush like it's season 1 again. Come on, dragon.
All things have
What?
nothing shall turn us from our path.
Damn it, dude. I'm missing. I'm missing bad. Dude, I don't know why I'm missing farm so hard. Smolder must be allergic to slows because that slow is not slowing him down at all. Kind of a bummer.
First blood.
We trust nothing.
This Seraphine plays like a psycho. So I totally ban Seraphine sometimes as Samira, or not Samira. I'm sorry. Well, even as Samira, Seraphine is a strong support. I'll ban her for Samira and Calista. But see how she pieces us up? She pieces us up. We're getting back on track as far as creeps go. I am still missing a lot, but until I get attack speed and all that stuff, it's alright. I'll be fine. We are trading heavy though. It's a good track, man. Oof. The dragon knows I have no mana. Oof. I messed that up. Just let me get my first big item. We won't have to worry about this silly farming issue. I don't know if I'm good to go back. 1100? Yeah, I'm good. If Craft go back, I go back. Daddy go back. Oof. Oof. You got this? He's like, nope, don't got this. It's a trap. I don't understand tops.
Gotcha, bitch!
How come they didn't come rescue her butt? They hella didn't. They could have chose to come by and they didn't. It was really weird. I was expecting to die right now. That's how much I thought they were going to come down here. But instead they went mid, or maybe they just peaced out. I don't know. Craft, if you're listening to this stream, tell me what happened after they took Dragon or Drake.
You are condemned. We are called elsewhere. An enemy has been slain.
Oh.
An ally has been slain. No arcane. An enemy has been slain. Claim yours.
Dude, I don't know what happened. I'm gonna have to like figure out what the hell happened. I lost my stacks. I think they went away. Like I held on to E for too long. I'm gonna have to rewatch that. Because I don't know what the and what the I really don't know what happened there. I'm gonna have to rewatch that. Why? Where was my E? What I'm thinking is that the arrows that I had just disappeared. I didn't press it soon enough. Because I was holding out. I was trying to see what happened if I landed another Q. It was kind of an experiment. I wanted to see what would happen. Enemy saw. No, I actually didn't get to see what I wanted to see. Because I missed the Q. I missed it. Dude, come help me, bro.
We can be anywhere.
Ah, we got you, Flash. That's cool with me. Whoa, where did the mid come from? I didn't have flash on. I feel like a fool.
An ally has been slain.
What? Oh, shit. Deleted.
Arrows!
What you started.
Nope. No, see? I didn't have my E. Dude, he's so lucky. He's so freaking lucky, dude. I had them shit stacked, dude. I should have flashed, but I thought I had a little bit more health. A little bit more leeway. It's all good, though. Pretty close to getting easy.
We never.
Oh man, I realize I'm 0-3. It doesn't matter, but
An ally has been slain.
We trust it. Back to back.
I'll celebrate when craft is okay. We don't celebrate when the battle's still happening. What do you mean? Yes, we do. We do it all the time. There's many a times I've died from celebrating a kill. Like, it happens so much. It's not the point, is it? Woo! Okay, I'm done flirting with disaster. I got plenty of gold. That's it, how am I? Why do I have this?
Shut down.
Bumping lethality up? Oh, Callista is nothing. Every time I come back to... Every time I come back, Crap looks like he's just seen hell. Dude, Crap. You're freaking ahead. I'm sorry I couldn't hold it.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
things have come.
Damn it. Oh, shit. Well, we gave it our all. I'm just gonna chill and spawn and think about what to do next.
Nothing shall turn us from our
An ally has been slain.
We have named
An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
our spears are precise.
Where is he? Oh, dude, crap. I thought you had that last hit on him. Oh man, I really thought you had the stun on him, so I was gonna use it. It's alright, dude. That was freaking amazing. That was so fun. I wish I would have played it differently, though. I should have just went all in while he was on you. But don't worry, I'm about to get some attack speed. That's my next. I kind of built differently. So next I'll have attack speed. That's like usually what I would have built by now, but I wanted to get the collector. I think with who we have to deal with right now is going to prove itself beneficial. Like, I made the investment of picking collector.
Gotcha, bitch!
Oh my god!
Oh my gosh. Okay, we need to chill. We're not in the clear. I'm out of here. Dude, don't stop. Don't stop. I need to get back. Wow. I really needed that.
Gotcha, bitch!
God.
When will you learn freaking brick? That your actions have consequences!
That's funny, man. I thought I had gotten away. Nocturne was like, nope. Nope. I'm Nocturne. It's telling me to get anti-tank. But I don't want to. I need to build my own version of anti-tank, which is this. Bam. 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 I'm building YOLO 420 build right now. I'm gonna build like crit pulls from here on out. Crit pulls.
We are always aware.
She don't give an F about nothing.
Basically.
We are called elsewhere.
Dude, I have rune-ins, dude. That's sick. That means I'm gonna be peppering. My shit hood.
Has been slain. Know our pain. Has been slain.
Nice, nice. I saw that.
Remain true. An enemy has been
Oh my god!
Dude, everybody wants to kill me. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. Everybody wants to kill me.
We will pierce.
That's what you get when you play the queen on the chessboard.
Freaking bricks!
You know what I'm saying?
A fellow checker, eh? You toy with powers you do not comprehend. We can be An enemy is dominating. Enemy killing spree. Be our We go where we are led.
Gotcha, bitch!
Our aim does not falter.
Dude, that dragon has crazy escape. But I have something he doesn't. Which is a thirst for blood. Just smolders. I have an appetite for dragon blood. There you go. I have an appetite for dragon blood. I must. Oh, I'm gonna die.
Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy double kill.
Meth. Not even once.
An ally has been slain.
550. Dude, I am throwing... Dude, I think I built right, dude. These are hurting. Look at these freaking arrows, bro. These spears. I know they're spears. Shut up.
Arrows!
No.
You freaking pricks!
We trusted.
Oh my gosh, we're gonna die. Let's see if we can take this at least.
We trust nothing. Cats.
You guys aren't gonna be able to back there. They're pushing us. You silly shits. Oh, you got lucky.
I must remember.
Who's getting on my nerves? Batman. Let's just keep building attack speed and YOLO. It keeps telling me to build Blade of the Ruin King. I don't want to. But it keeps throwing it in my face every chance it gets.
We are always.
She doesn't realize I can kill her, but I'm getting baited.
Destroyed. We are Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. The wounds of betrayal never heal.
Let's go, guys. We got this. Don't fall in love with that dummy thick. She's a killer. But we could take her out quick. Dude, I need to. I'm.
All things have consequences.
I'm sorry.
Once he was a noble king. Enemy killing spree.
Dude, what's in? Screw it.
Nothing shall turn us from our path.
I'm building all weird right now.
Our task is
Awkward ass camera angle. Damn it, dude, she got me. Nice try, Kraft. Oh, look at Kraft. Being a boss. Dude. That was a sick play, though.
Oh, would you look at that? Would you look at that?
I liked Callista Braum. Alright, hey, hit me up when you're done. We'll get to play our own champs. Yeah, man. Good games, though. That was sick. I like Braum. I think Braum Ash would be sick. We gotta do that. But, Craft. Yeah. Good games. Come back. We'll see you soon.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension. A dimension of sound. A dimension of sight. A dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Party time! Excellent!
Thanks, Tom Hanks. Whatever it is you do here. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Harry here. But before we were listening to some podcasts playing Minecraft. And then we were playing some League of Legends. We're going to go back into some Minecraft. Somewhere around here. Whoa, where was I? This crazy weird thing happened when I fell asleep in this bed down here. I got it on stream. This cat laid down on me. But when I woke up, I had a feather in my inventory that wasn't there. And the cat was gone. I don't know what the hell just happened. I got it on stream though. Maybe somebody can tell me what's up. We do have this. I thought maybe this had died. Maybe the cat got to it. Not the case. No. Not the case at all. So we are working on this side of the map. As you can see, it is pretty barren. There's lots of options in what we can do with this. But something that I need to do right away is that hedge over there. Whoa, where the hell did you come from, dude? What the fuck? You're cool. Stick around. I have no problems with you. The more I walk this way, the more I see that this needs to be flattened out. I just didn't want to do it. Oh, you know what? I could use this. Let's get some of our favorite block, the grass block. Classic Minecraft Americana. Swedish ingenuity. A little bit of this in your inventory. I'm gonna get exactly a stack. I know this isn't the most entertaining, but what you do with this block is everything. Peaked? I haven't even begun to peak. That'll be it. We're gonna flush this out. Something like that. Nice miss there. We are going to take a look at this place from a different angle and see what we got to do with it. I would say take this all out. I could flatten this all out, but is there a point to that, you know? Like, what would be the reasoning for it? I don't want to do it just to do it. Let's think about it. I kind of like this double layer over here. Kind of looks nice, but is it necessary? Do these stairs play an integral part? They kind of do. The whole goal was to build with nature, not against it. So perhaps I still like the way it looks coming up to this, gotta be honest. But perhaps it doesn't need to be so big. Maybe I could trim this down right here. I'm gonna get a stack of this. I won't regret it. I use this shit like mad. I'm always growing grass in Minecraft. It's freaking weird, dude. There's no other game that can get away with that. You're like excited about grass growing. That's terrible. Alright, let's not start whacking. I like this little concave, right? But none of this even has to be here. Let's shade it down. Let's just see what it looks like flush. I might not hate it. Shout out to efficiency, whatever. Efficiency 4? I think that was. I do like how open this is. It makes this bridge part better. I can already tell that I'm gonna make this bridge wider and longer. Damn, dude, we're doing hella renovations right now. Almost thought about trimming this down. It looks like it could use it. Let's get an aerial view before we start whacking away. Not the view I wanted. Let's get on this tree. Who put this tree here? Blocking all the view here. I'm gonna chop this tree. I'm gonna burn it. Yeah, like I said before, it's all what I want to. It's all about what I want to do with the space. Really. Could be a piece, could be a ride, could be an attraction. It could be bumper boats and just keep it open. That's what I'm thinking. But what I'm gonna do for sure is round this out. I'm gonna round it out. Love me some Tchaikovsky. For real though. Guy was on something different, man. You know? Some people's brains just work differently. Only you know what you're the best at. Maybe the world needs it. What's down here? Oh, an undiscovered cave. Wow. Not that cool, but kind of. Didn't know this was here. Well, we don't need to. What? Where is that? Maybe I'll put a glass block here, just so we know it's there. Put one here. Nah. Let's look at the map. Do I still have the map on me? Nope. Jeez, what an idiot. How am I supposed to see? Am I gonna round it out or am I gonna square it out? Minecraft is weird. In my head, I'm like round. And Minecraft is like, what do you mean round? You mean square, you idiot? No, round. I wanted to round it. But looking at it from here, it kind of looks like it makes sense. Kind of just did what looked natural, you know? To the whatever. Shut up. I hate you.
Oh, it's you. I see you haven't subscribed yet. Do I need to remind you what happened to the last guy who didn't subscribe? You monster.
I see it. I see the vision. This needs to open up twice. Twice as big. And maybe even higher. So this side. I wonder if this is petrified. What? I'll beat you with a candlestick. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Boom, headshot, yeah!
Dude, it's so dark and scary right here. Why? I don't waste block, dude. Especially dirt. This is the most valuable block in the game. At me! Alright, so this is looking cool. We're gonna make this bigger. Wider. One fell swoop. Just like that. Yep. I was listening to podcasts before, but the classical music is killing it right now. I do want to finish that podcast, but I'll put it on in a minute. I want to narrate what I'm doing while I'm doing it. At least for right now. Okay. If I remember correctly, I kind of picked this little spot in the center. With purpose. I think it is about the center. I really wish I brought the map. So this is all garbage right here. This is what I'm noticing. I like this design. We're going to remake it. Eh? How freaking convenient, man. Straight genius levels. Look at this guy. Oh, we got a zombie in our midst. Hello, friend. Shut up. I actually didn't mean to do that. That's how zombies should move. Really slow. Stupid. They're zombies. They're not fast. Hey, I didn't write the rules, alright? Sam Raimi did. Or one of those guys. I didn't write the rules. I can't see the vision with this here. Unfortunately, I need to take it down. And remake it. Oh, stop. This is fun, shaping this land. It's like, it starts to, you're peeling away an onion, you know? It starts to show itself once you start taking layers away. It requires a lot of running back and forth in this game. That's how you gain perspective. It tells you what to cut, what you need to cut. Look at your, whatever it is you're building it from all the angles. Especially ways that you know you're going to be coming from, to and from. And that should dictate where and what you build. So you can start to see a shape taking place. I don't know exactly what I'm going for. But we can play with it. There's no wrong answer. Except yes, there is. I'm gonna have blocks for days, dude. Let's just see what we're doing here. Maybe I could turn this into a beach right here. No. No. We already have beach boardwalk vibes on the other side. This is supposed to be like a different section. You can't even see the other section from here, so I feel like the personality on this side has to have its own. The more I take away, the more I see it. Boom. What would happen if I rounded this off? Let's see what it looks like. Oy vey, I'm out of space. There needs to be a bridge right here. It's gonna go right here, and it's gonna be big. It'll be about here. About here to here. Here. Yeah, that looks good. Like from there. Out this way. That's a lot of dirt. It's looking real sad over here. I feel like this is bar rescue, but it's for this side of the map. I don't want to erase the personality of the landscape. It's very important. Let's go grab a map so we can really see what we're doing. Bing. Bong. Jinx. Why is it always you three? Okay, wait. I came all the way over here for something, and now that I'm here, I forgot. Hold on, give me a second. Working on the map. I need a map. Bink. Oh wait, we can see how it looks with everything. Oh look, it looks better. Wow. Oh wait. It's not updated. Let's go update it. Let's go see what we've been doing. Hello, my good man. Oh my god, it looks atrocious now that it updated. Seems pretty obvious to me. terrible. Oh, it's looking real good. Yeah. Woo! Hope you guys are holding in there. I'm going to reset the music. But that looks, even from here, it looks so much better. I could see what needs to be fixed. But yeah, it's coming together. It's coming together. It looks so much better, even from this angle. Just round it out. So let's try to fix this. One. These long pieces. Now there's so much we could do with this. All right. I need a minute. Wow, 5:30. Nice. Oh. Hope you guys are doing okay. We're going to continue with some more of whatever this is. It's kind of a random stream today. But I ain't through yet. I'll be back in just a moment. Don't go nowhere. HeadshotH4rry. Coming right back. We'll be right back in just a moment, folks. Thanks for tuning in. If you would like to support this stream, you can check out all the links for that stuff down in the description box below. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you in just a moment. dude. I'm just getting back into it.
That's a consistent theme with people who have transpersonal experiences. It's almost in a way, like I've heard you refer to the monolith in the Space Odyssey. Robert Gilbert refers to like, and I've also heard Joe Rogan, refer to like these transpersonal experiences, having experience of sacred geometric figures that are imbued with meaning and love, and that there is something inherently interwoven with a level of beauty and intelligence that is beyond the level of comprehension we have the capacity for in a given moment. But you can like intuitively feel there's something really beautiful there. And I mean, connecting the dots, looking backwards, whatever it was, it definitely set you down this route.
Yeah.
And then you had another one with breathwork.
Yeah, exactly. And it also Silver Lake. So like, people don't know LA, like East LA, where like, typical like bohemian screenwriters, working in like Hollywood live or whatever, like not necessarily like your Sedona or even Topanga or like what you would think of as like some portal or whatever for this sort of stuff. But it is interesting that, I'd gone surfing with my buddy that day, and this friend of mine is like one of the most materialist reductionists. Like he subscribes to David Hume and like natural philosophy. He's a Noam Chomsky fan who, Noam Chomsky, I think, wrote a lot about angels. And so I think he's like sort of compartmentalized from aspects of himself, as a lot of people might be, but he's basically a materialist reductionist. Like the guy is like, doesn't believe, in magic in the world. And so this is my, he also invests with me and like, kind of a high functioning guy and like not at all interested in like woo woo stuff. And we went surfing. We were at his mom's house in Orange County near like Trestles, so like great surf spot, and he's a really good surfer. And we went back to his place in Silver Lake, and I had just gotten into holotropic breathwork, and it was just like amazing modality for me. I love it. I find it to be like this beautiful, like kind of healing thing. It was invented by this Hungarian psychiatrist named Stanislav Grof, and it means growing towards wholeness, just like heliotropy, like a plant would grow towards the sun. And you're supposed to actually endogenously release DMT in your brain if you like do it long enough. And so it's interesting. We're doing this holotropic breath work. I'm teaching him not long into the breath work, like 5 minutes in. And for people who've done this, I imagine a decent subset of your audience has done this. You develop a tolerance for it, and he hadn't had the tolerance. So like 5 minutes in, you get these like T-Rex hands, like your hands. Yeah, tenny, exactly. And or tetany, yeah, exactly, like tetanus, and your hands are clam up, and so he got that, and so it was almost as if he was having like an even greater experience than what you would expect in like a 5 minute period, and you could see like it was kind of profound for him, and 5 minutes in, we look up and we see these two metallic orbs, and they're just one seems to be floating above him, one seems to be floating above me, but really high up. I'm talking tens and thousands of feet in the air, beyond that, it's hard to gauge distance. And they seem like they're bobbing, and they're not flying like normal vehicles. And I look at him, and my immediate reaction is like UFO, because I was already somewhat into this stuff. I had already had the other experience, and he looks at me, and I go, "What do you think those are?" or whatever. And he goes, "I think there's the deep black Lockheed tech or whatever." And a few seconds go by, and he goes, "That's not that. Yeah, that's not from here, dude." And we just look at each other and we're like, yeah, that's the weirdest thing ever. And it's just bobbing. These things are bobbing. And then they sort of, a minute or two goes by, and then they seem to like disappear. Like it's like as if they didn't fly off. And also just, I don't know, so strange. And again, didn't take a photo. I think if we had taken a photo, it would have looked like what a lot of these if you go online now, we are swimming in orb photos, and it far surpasses people's motivations to fake this stuff and CGI capabilities or animation capabilities. or even the AI deepfakes, because they don't look they look like they're being blue shifted or red shifted. They look kind of like there's some gravitational lensing, which in this Age of Disclosure documentary, it talks about how UFOs fly and like why that sort of happens. So that was more of kind of an archetypal UFO experience, and that you see these kind of metallic sort of orbs, and then again, it's like, I don't know what it meant, but for sure, some sort of a la the Jacques Vallée intermittent reinforcement. You know, maybe I'm just like a hamster on a wheel, and it's like, you know, it's feeding me a little bit when I need it.
It's fascinating, and I totally hear the argument of like, if this is such a widespread experience that so many people are having, why does everything look like it's filmed on a potato? And we don't why do we not have extremely compelling footage if, you know, given the widespread amount of phones and cameras?
I think the decent answer to that is talked about in this Age of Disclosure documentary. It's talked about by, you know, specifically by this physicist Hal Puthoff, where you get these sort of gravitational lensing effects, and because these UFOs are flying at such high speeds, they seem to be either compressing or like stretching light or compressing light. So you get these red shift or blue shift effects, which are causing the sort of sunburn style stuff if you get into too close proximity to them. And so you end up with, you know, lensing effects on cameras where they end up looking pretty blurry. And so, you know, we only see between 400 and 700 nanometers of the electromagnetic wave spectrum. On either end, you have infrared, you know, you have ultraviolet. It seems like we have some interesting infrared, you know, data. And I just think, you know, it's a sort of like sensor bias of like, you know, it has to be this thing that we're like seeing in our reality, which there are plenty of things that are real that we don't have, you know, images of.
What would be the strongest non-conspiratorial explanation for all these orb sightings and everything?
So, yeah, great question. It would be something like a combination of holographic projections plus, you know, and sort of spoofing technology plus, you know, propulsion that like, you know, exists in the classified world that is, you know, deep black, that, you know, is beyond our current, you know, prosaic capabilities. And I would say both of those are interesting answers. And then I would also say, okay, think about it. And like, a lot of this stuff deals with consciousness, and like, you know, these people in these like deep meditative states seem to see this stuff. How would the spoofing technology somehow know how to correlate with like you being in a peak state consciousness wise? Doesn't really make sense. And then the gravity stuff, it's like, okay, cool. So we have new physics, and the physics that, you know, physics we're using is fake or something. Like, it's funny, actually, Elon Musk made this really interesting statement. So he's always dogmatically opposed to the UFO topic, which I find very curious and interesting.
So he says that what, if somebody were to know about them, I would?
He would, yeah. And then I had Joe Rogan on my show, and I was like, okay, if you got him and David Grush on, you know, your show together, he goes, Elon wouldn't do it, and, you know, Grush would win. And he goes, Elon's a sly dog. I know he knows more than he's saying about this stuff. So, and like, look, say what you will about Joe. I absolutely love him. You know, you can say he's like biased pro UFO or whatever, but the guy has like a super interesting vantage point. Like, you know, he knows a lot of people in and around government. Like, everybody's probably trying to like, you know, sycophantically cozy up to the guy, like, and giving him information. Like, his worldview is way better than I think people who are so skeptical about all this stuff and like to like kind of trash him, like, you know, than they realize, in my opinion. So yeah, I found that to be very interesting. But Elon, so he's so like dogmatically opposed to this stuff generally. He'll joke and he'll say, I'm an alien or something, or he'll be like, I would know because I have all the clearances, which I, you know, consistently hear from people on the inside, like is absolutely ridiculous. Like you know, he doesn't have, you know, blanket clearances to everything. Like that world is so stovepiped and compartmentalized. That if you had some legacy pockets or whatever in these companies that are kind of incumbent and, you know, trying to compete against SpaceX, I don't think he would like, you know, be privy to everything just because he runs a chemical combustion rocket company. But what I found interesting is he went on, I think, Tucker Carlson, and he walked back his dogmatic skepticism, and he goes, what these pilots are seeing is probably just, you know, American classified programs. So That's really interesting because unless you were saying that it's all like radar spoofing and visual spoofing technology, like something's mastered the ability to like do both, then what you're admitting is there are advanced vehicles that are flying in ways that transcend the chemical combustion you're using at SpaceX. And to me, that is like fascinating. Like I would not feel bad having spent all my time studying UFOs if like that's the way the wave function collapses. I happen to think it's more complicated than that, but like, cool. Like if that's the answer, that's fascinating. But again, it just doesn't explain how these things show up, you know, during certain states and in these sort of synchronistic ways. And then the meta thing is like, are we conflating what is probably a zoo of phenomena? And that's probably the answer. Like, the answer is likely not, oh, once you open your sensors, your epistemic aperture, like what you can see, you see like one thing that explains all these phenomena or whatever. There's one epiphenomena that explains the low-level phenomena. Like, probably not, right? Like, you could be seeing survivors of an ancient cataclysm that are hiding underneath our oceans. You could see like this, like, you know, orb, like, you know, they're engaging in like nuclear game theory, like, you know, holding back like the nukes or whatever and doing recon on us. You could see space alien, like you could see like all these different things. And like, you know, I don't know, you know, you'd have to somehow probability weight these things. You have to create some sort of infographic and map and think about these in like Bayesian sort of probabilistic ways. And I think the people, there's no one doing that. Like everybody's stuck on this like first base, like alien, not alien. And like the deeper thinkers are like, we don't even, like that's the wrong framework. Like we don't even know. We just know that there's like all these empirical anomalies that we have to study.
What is your like, what is your best guess as to what's actually happening? You said it's a conflation of all these probably different things. But what is your most compelling, not to say you're fully convicted of, explanation of what's going on?
So I'm really high conviction on the Townsend Brown anti-gravity stuff. I think there's like so much evidence there, a la the like lead electrostatics guy at NASA leaving to start a company around, you know, his sort of work, and then all the historical stuff I've dug up around him achieving real results with his experiments, but also trying to stigmatize himself and cover up what he did. So I'd say high conviction on that. Extremely high conviction that something is showing up in the aerial space of nuclear facilities all over the world. So again, Fukushima, Japan, you know, Bariloche, Argentina, all these nuclear bases across the United States, Rendlesham in England, famous case in 1980. Something is happening there beyond the coordination abilities of some master psyoper. So like those two things, extremely high conviction in. A third thing that I'm really high conviction in, which is probably my most controversial belief, would be that reality is just way more malleable and weird than we think. And that this gets into like, is the mind involved in wave function collapse? You know, this idea of parapsychology, which is really historically since the kind of advent of that term in the late 19th century, is like this poor amalgamation of like everything weird that empirically seems to happen that doesn't comport well into like other science. Like it's just a word for, it's a euphemistic term for like fringe science that involves mediumship and, you know, law of attraction style synchronicity, like all of these sorts of things. And so it's like such a, and it's, of course they used like it's the worst branded version of science, you know, in the world, because they use two words, para, which you could say is just short for paranormal, and psychology, which is the least replicable version of science. So it's like, it's almost like self-stigmatizing for like a modern scientific person or whatever. But I will say, you know, short of, you know, taking every ghost story seriously, which I don't think you should, if you look at the advent of quantum mechanics and you had these debates, you had all these guys like figuring out, you know, how does the wave function collapse? And you had, you know, Heisenberg saying it was this like kind of complex matrix mechanics. And then you have Schrodinger building on him saying we have this, you know, wave mechanical, you know, Schrodinger equation, what turns into the Schrodinger equation. And then you have Einstein saying, wait, like reality can't be probabilistic. God doesn't play dice. Actually, maybe we need to go to a pilot wave model, which is like a wave that like, you know, holds these discrete states. Like de Broglie was this physicist that like, you know, thought about that sort of thing. So you go back to those debates and you look at like how this stuff was discovered, and you look at all of these guys, and they're all flirting with the idea that the mind has something to do with wave function collapse at one point in their career. Not all of them ended their careers thinking like that. You know, Schrodinger sort of famously, you know, disregarded that as like, you know, an explanation, but like he also had a dog whose name was Atman and would finish all his lectures, Atman equals Brahman. Like these guys were like Eastern thinkers. And then you get into David Bohm and his sort of implicate order. David Bohm, by the way, is used by kind of new agey people, but like he was Einstein's smartest student, like, you know, in a very conventional sense. If you read Heisenberg's Life in Physics, he's musing philosophically about like the relationship between consciousness and, you know, the material world, and seems pretty non-dualist to me, at least in his speculations. And then maybe most famously, John von Neumann, who was like known to be the highest IQ of all of them, created the mathematical underpinnings of quantum mechanics, a lot of modern computational principles. He and his colleague Jonathan Wigner, like at one point, fully had a theory that the mind engaged in wave function collapse. Then you can go later into people like John Wheeler, and these are all guys that any conventional physicist would like not really argue with, contributed to the bedrock of what we're standing on today. You go later into John Wheeler's participatory universe and his like delayed, you know, choice, you know, stuff. And like, he goes right up until parapsychology, but doesn't say that, you know, the mind engages in wave function collapse. The point is like a modern, you know, quantum physicist would like be way more dogmatic about the mind not engaging in quantum wave function collapse than the original godfathers of this topic. Meanwhile, speaking of going down the tree trunk of physics and taking another branch, you have elite parapsychology programs at every university in the United States. Not every university, but a lot of them. So like you have like Wash U had something in the 60s. You had Stanford Research Institute, which literally like housed the CIA psychic spy program. You had the Princeton Engineering and Anomalous Research Lab, which was started by Bob John, who was dean of their general engineering school and was like a plasma propulsion guy who was well respected in his scientific accomplishments outside of parapsychology. So you had UCLA had one right here. So you had like a lot of these like elite universities looking into parapsychology and basically looking at whether the mind interacted with what are conventionally thought of as random quantum mechanical, you know, things, phenomena. So things like radioactive isotope decay, a photon bouncing around a little box or whatever, or, you know, you could do like a double slit experiment where you have a 50-50 expectation of one slit or the other slit, you know, if an observer is present or whatever. And basically, so you have like a known statistical distribution, you hook that up to these random, to these basic computers, binary computers that produce ones and zeros. So say slit, you know, A or left slit is like, you know, that's a 1, slit B is like, you know, a 0 or whatever. And you have an observer present and you see if there's some sort of observational effect on, again, you're seeing it on a graphical interface, but it's tied to something that's conventionally thought of as random in quantum mechanics. So it's essentially a perfect digital coin flip. And within an expected standard deviation, you expect a 50-50 split between ones and zeros over a long enough time scale. And you talk to anybody that was actually in these programs, and again, they're at elite universities. These guys are academics, and women are academics. They're not like quacky. And all of them, without fail, like I really haven't met one who like was like, yeah, we looked into it and like nothing was there. They all come out being like, your mind does have cohort-wide, like, you know, or across various cohorts rather, across lots and lots of experiments, a weak but statistically significant, you know, effect. And so then you get into, is the mind engaging in some sort of wave function collapse? Are you rendering reality itself? Is what you're seeing actually a render of something in the objective material world? Either that, or you're shooting some unobtainium particle, you know, fake photon we haven't discovered out at the thing and collapsing it. Like, I don't think that's happening. So I think it's something that points more towards like the Penrose, like, you know, orchestrated objective reduction, where you're collapsing reality with your mind or whatever, and you're rendering what seems to be a sort of computation. And this would dovetail with, you know, information theory based physics, which again, like people like John Wheeler flirted with, you know, it from bit, and the idea that, you know, wave function collapse basically is like a bunch of yes no questions from like what seems to be like, you know, binary code, like, you know, almost like transistor like, you know, activity is creating reality. And so this is a really long-winded answer to your question, but it's like that would explain like everybody's reality being like weird and subjectively extremely idiosyncratic, and would explain air pockets of consensus reality, and it would explain Mandela effects. And, you know, there's a Schrodinger quote about, you know, measuring a particle in its present, that affecting its past. And all of those guys, you know, Max Planck has a quote about like the mind creating or being responsible for causality. You know, so these are the types of questions all of these guys were flirting with, because the quantum world was so weird. And so if you point to the quantum thing as like pointing towards some sort of ontological truth, and not what the Copenhagen interpretation ended up being, which is this formal mathematical heuristic, where it's, you know, really the line was shut up and calculate. If you actually treat it as like an inroad into ontological truth and reality is like way weirder than we think. And then you take the parapsychology experiments like seriously, and you're like, okay, this is data, we're not gonna like throw this out. Then all of a sudden you can have a science of like explaining a lot of these synchronicities, a lot of these sort of, you know, mass experiences that seem otherworldly, a la what happened in Portugal, and, you know, the Fatima sighting of, you know, the Virgin Mary or whatever in, you know, 1917. Like all of these things become more realistic in that sort of world model. So I find that to be an extremely intriguing inroad into whatever's happening in reality, and UFOs would be a byproduct of that. And then a lot of other weirdness in reality would be byproducts of that. But it ends up in a plasticity to reality that I don't think a lot of people really want to face. It's like sort of a very jarring thought. And I understand that. And I also don't think there's a great... So it's like, you know, we were talking about a buildup of anomalies break the paradigm. So like black body radiation in the 1870s, you know, it broke, you know, electromagnetism, you know, classical electromagnetism, in a way that you needed quantum mechanics to explain. Same with like the orbit of Mercury. So I would say like the parapsychology stuff is data that breaks, you know, general relativity, quantum mechanics, you know, basic materialist reductionism, but in a way that will be explained by future theory. But the reason we don't accept it is because we don't have a theory that neatly explains it. And until you have a theory that neatly explains anything, it's just, it's an anomaly, you know? And so you can explain it away. But I would say we systematically discard those. They're just going to build up, and they're going to explode the current paradigm, and we're going to get some new thing.
I think the sign of any intelligent human or system is a sort of appreciation of nuance and complexity when it comes to any subject, you know, and there's obviously just so many factors in a topic like this that is so widespread. Who is one person alive and dead today that you think has a novel amount of insight into this topic that you would love to be able to get honest answers from if you were to interview?
Oh, that's so interesting. I mean, alive, you know, there are things that like David Grush, for example, or this guy named Hal Puthoff, who I mentioned earlier, who's this physicist, longtime CIA, NSA guy. And he shows up, he runs the psychic spy program in the US called Stargate out of Stanford, and starts it. And then he's like, becomes, you know, just shoulder deep in the UFO stuff, popping up in all these sort of UFO research groups, but like official government research groups, and is so implicated in both subjects. I mean, he literally went on Joe Rogan's show and said like he contemplated disclosure with George W. Bush and his whole administration and his national security advisor, Stephen Hadley. And they came to the conclusion it was like too jarring or whatever, shocking to like, you know, let out the truth. And maybe the hermeneutic reading on that is that they themselves, the, you know, CIA doesn't have like as strong of a handle on this stuff as they'd like. And so that's why they can't admit that this stuff is real. But he's one of these figures who pops up in like all the like. Okay, you look into this new, interesting, exotic framework of, you know, electrodynamics called extended electrodynamics. So like, okay, Hal Puthoff's there, and then you look into this crazy UFO story and like Hal Puthoff's researched it, and it's funny. He's a friend of mine, but he's very cheeky, and I know he like, you know, knows a lot more. He's sitting on a lot more than he can say. So
it's interesting that two people you mentioned are friends of yours.
I know. Well, that's the crazy thing is like, I wish there was an ability for them to just go kind of full open kimono and just like say everything they know, because it would accelerate progress on this stuff so much. I have a friend who also runs a multi-billion-dollar hedge fund, and he ran or helped run the Princeton Parapsychology Lab for like 10 years. And he actually coded up this app called SyncText, which is, so he's like probably like the world authority on random event generators, this experiment that I mentioned. And this app basically creates random messages just in the way that you have like the random 1 and 0. Yeah. And they seem to appear kind of synchronistically in your life. And you can download it. It's synctxt.com. And he is really trippy and interesting because he's one of the few people that can, like, I speak to and I'm like, oh, you don't only have like you speak to like, I don't know, there's Dean Radin at like, you know, and a lot of these guys who have like a lot of the data around random event generators, but then they have no idea what to make of it as far as like a worldview and like a theory. And with him, you get into some of the more like ontological like truths behind the experiments. Yeah. Like it seems like he knows more than he lets on, and so he's fascinating as well.
Okay, what about Dead?
Dead. Yeah. Townsend Brown for sure. Yeah, I'd love to speak to him and know, you know, what's I just want to know his whole life experience and like, you know, I already feel confident enough, I feel like, to know that the experiments worked somewhat, but like, where did he get thwarted? Where did they go? Like your question, like, where is it sitting now? That would be so illuminating. And then I don't know, like a mystical, like a, you know, Jesus or the Buddha or something. Like I feel like somebody reaching that state would be just amazing to be in the presence of.
What about if an alien, like a non-human intelligence, were like allowed you to ask them one question that they would be transparent about? What would you ask that would, I guess, confirm the validity of them, or you think would most radically deepen your understanding of the reality of this all?
Oh, it's so interesting. And is it only one question?
Yeah.
Yes, I would like interrogate them. Like, it's tough as far as like verifying them, right? Because I think our cosmological, you know, worldview is very limited. And so it's like, if you say, when did the Big Bang happen? Like, I don't know if our understanding of like that's been revised a few times, you know? So I don't know, you know, I would probably ask something about like, I would probably assume that like they're legit, and I wouldn't want to like I would just say like, if I have one question,
like, hey, are you one of the bad guys?
Yeah. Because like if you waste it on that, then you're like, okay, that's just like another data point that they're real to begin with. Yeah, or you're one of the bad guys. I'd say like, you know, what is like what is a human being? And what is the role of humanity like in the world? I mean, it's really those are two questions.
Run on question.
Yeah, I'll cheat a little bit. No, what is a human? Like what are we? Because science for the longest time is like treated the human as this like mechanical non-exception to the rest of the world, and like my strong instinct is that there's something about our consciousness that is actually exceptional. And, if they had any insight into that, that would be great.
Let me know if it ever happens. You can come back on here and report. I'm sure you'll go to your platform first.
I'll let you know. You'll get the exclusives.
I thought of randomly this, like, have you seen this series called Pantheon? I think it's on Netflix now. It's like 2 series. I highly recommend it. Okay. The last 2 episodes, episodes 7 and 8, give the sort of... The show is about like uploaded intelligence and sort of understanding this question of who we are, but really beautiful writing. And it's fascinating the sort of example these higher beings at the end give to this nested reality we find ourselves in, and for some reason the question that you would ask made me think of that moment when they essentially asked the same question to these alien beings, which are essentially them. I don't want to spoil too much, but
what do they say? I'm so curious.
I do honestly. I don't want to ruin it.
Okay.
You would love it. You
Okay,
can
I'll
also
check
just
it
look
out.
up the ending on YouTube. It's basic, but it's cool.
Okay, I'll check it out. Yeah, I feel like it would just be so counterintuitive, you know, or maybe not. Maybe it's like, I don't know. It'd be disappointing almost if it was just like something expected. Yeah. What would you ask them?
Probably to give me a coherent framework that collapses neuroscience, consciousness, and physics into a cohesive model that explains reality or something like that.
I love that. That's ambitious.
Yeah, I feel like maybe the more simple approach would actually be better. Like, because I feel like the more detail you would add in the question, it also kind of reveals the boundaries of your epistemics and might actually limit the depth of the answer, because you're speaking in a language that is inherently like limiting to you. Like a question that's maybe more open-ended, like what is a human being, allows potentially more depth.
But maybe steel manning your approach, like they might end up answering in a way that's so unintelligible without guidance and guardrails on the epistemics that you end up trying to translate it forever.
Yeah, it just ruins. Yeah, I just lose your mind.
Yeah,
like a monkey, like a dumb monkey trying to run around, and
they give you some riddle that just, you know, just chasing your tail forever.
All right, well, if there's any aliens listening right now, hit your boys up. We got some questions.
Let's go. Yeah, come hang out.
Oh man, I could talk to you for another 3 hours. I think we've been going for about 3 hours.
I love this, man.
Yeah,
I'm down to hop on whenever.
Yeah, we'll have to run it back at another point, man. It's been really cool to see the arc of your creative journey, your journalism. I call them documentaries earlier because they really feel like that, man. You put so much love, and your team probably you guys put so much effort into producing something that is extremely deep, has like accounting across the board, is very thought-provoking, and I'm just very fascinated to see where your journey goes. I'm sure you are as well, but like what you continue to create, the information that gets revealed in the coming years, and yeah, I think voices like yours are super needed, man. So thank you so much for coming on and jamming, and I'm just looking forward to chatting more offline.
Same, man, and everything you said back at you. I was telling you earlier, but I feel like I should tell you on air too, that I think what you're doing is super unique and needed, and I can't think of anybody in our generation who's, like you called me, grounded and reasonable. I feel like you're the same, but you're also delving into kind of esoteric spiritual truths, and sometimes sifting through snake oil as I am, but in a way that like is bridging, like really, like the knowledge is going to get lost if you don't do it. And I brought up Robert Gilbert as an example, so I appreciate what you said about me, but I feel the same way about you.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Let's go on a date now.
Yeah. We're gonna make out.
Yeah. That's how it ends. But no, dude, it's such. I mean, just like, I'm sure you feel it's like such a gift to be able to do what we do. Like it's to
100%.
be able to go down the path that just makes us most come alive, and that it gets to be like a gift for others also is so sick. So grateful for.
We're so lucky, and it's a true blessing. Yeah, we get to talk to trippy, interesting people about the nature of the universe all day. Yeah. It's great.
Yeah, and navigate the discernment with it all, and it's cool, man. I'm excited to keep chopping it up. Everybody who's listening, I'm so curious what you think about this episode, this conversation. There are so many alternative theories, some of which we didn't even get into, which is kind of hard to believe in a 3-hour podcast, you know, but it's a topic that I think a lot of people have opinions on, for better or worse, and it's fun to explore those. And so regardless, nonetheless, let us know what you thought of this episode, and thank you for being a part of this community. And until next time, be well. Thank you, Jesse. Oh, and very last thing. People can stay connected with you and your work. We'll leave links down in the description to your YouTube channel and anything else you want to point people.
No, that's perfect, man. And
great.
Thank you.
All right.
Cool.
Found it.
All right.
All right, bro.
Love it.
That was the Know Thyself channel on YouTube, Know Thyself, featuring Jesse Michaels of American Alchemy. Pretty cool. I just had a vision, but with my ears. As I was running across this. This second note needs to be far away. It's one of these. It's this one. This one has to be far away. Like down here. Just like, maybe like right here. And this third one needs to be the first one. The location needs to change. So they're like random, like they're kind of spaced out. Like one would be over here. Somewhere out here. And then this one would be out just a little bit, like maybe over here. Only for a couple of them. This second one though, this one, I think. We're gonna do that later. Let's put the music back on. I like streaming this game because it forces me to work on the projects I've been putting off for so long. It's kind of an undertaking building an amusement park. But look at that. Doesn't that look so much cleaner? I just didn't want to suck all the life away from the natural generation. This I'll work out. I'll work all this out. I'm gonna round this out right here, but we'll get there. AKA, we'll do it right now. Like that. Cue dramatic rain. I don't think I've hit quite center. This might feel like center. Yeah, we're just gonna say this. Who gives a shit? I think we got our answer. I don't know what I'm doing. That looks mental. Mental, mate. Absolute legend. Man. Alright. We did some good here. We did a lot of good. We got a sick bridge. We shaped out this part. We're gonna put some boats in here. It's scary over here. Look how beautiful that looks. Alright guys, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in just a moment. And then we'll cap this stream off. Or maybe I should just go now. Shit, man. It's a 7 hour 27 mark. Look, even the Enderman is using the bridge. He likes it. Do you like it? Hope you had fun. I'm going to go eat. We're gonna fix this place up, make it look real nice. This isn't symmetrical. But I ain't redoing everything. It's supposed to go like this. I'll have to pull everything up. And yeah. But I ain't doing that right now. I'll do it later. Good games, guys. I would love to keep streaming, but I'm hungry. I'll be on tomorrow. Let's make this 264, huh? We'll see you guys. Peace. HeadshotH4rry is a Zombie Cat production. Guys, be sure to check out all the links down in the description box below. We'll catch you tomorrow right here at HeadshotH4rry.